What a beautiful performance. Thank you to the singers, Hitomi Kawai and Naoko Sasaki, and Megumi Nakanomori on piano. The title of the piece was Fantasy Sakura Sakura by Kozaburo Hirai. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you for the beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for coming from far and wide to attend the closing ceremony of the International Year of the Periodic Table 2019. My name is Rachel Chan. I am your MC for today's event. I'm looking forward to celebrating the international activities today with you. We will start with addresses from those who have put a lot of effort into the organization of IYPT 2019. Please welcome the President of the Chemical Society of Japan, Professor Maki Kawai.
Thank you, Rachel. And good morning, everyone. I'm Maki Kawai, representing the Chemical Society of Japan. I'm very pleased to be with you all at the closing ceremony of International Year of Periodic Table 2019 today. First, we have the speeches from the organizers. International Year of Periodic Table 2019 activity in Japan is conducted under the Executive Committee for IYPT 2019 in Japan, which Chemical Society of Japan has been supporting. To welcome all the participants from all over the world, I would like to invite Professor Kohei Tamao, the chairman of the Executive Committee of IYPT 2019 in Japan. Professor Tamao is known as Mr. Periodic Table here in Japan, for his major contribution in promoting the dissemination of the table, such as in the campaign of periodic table in every home. So, Professor Tamao, please come up on the stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the closing ceremony of the International Year of the Periodic Table of the Chemical Elements 2019, IYPT 2019, here in Tokyo, Japan. This closing ceremony has been organized by the Executive Committee for IYPT 2019 in Japan in collaboration with the Chemical Society of Japan, Science Council of Japan, and RIKEN, and in cooperation with the Inter-Union Management Committee, which consists of representatives from IUPAC, UNESCO, and about 20 supporting organizations from all over the world, and is co-chaired by Professor Jan Riedick and Professor Natalia Tarasova. So I would like to thank on this occasion Jan and Natalia for providing us such an honorable opportunity to host the closing ceremony in Japan. Today, we have more than 400 attendees, including 100 overseas guests from 27 countries all over the world. So thank you for coming all this way to join us. The closing ceremony gives us the chance to look back on the many activities that have been held around the world to celebrate the periodic table during this year. This year, 2019, marks the 150th anniversary of Dmitri Mendeleev's discovery of the periodic system in 1869. And his arrangement of the then known about 60 elements into the periodic table. So it is a celebration of Mendeleev's discovery, and also a celebration of the beauty of the periodic table that we know today, now complete up to the 7th period with 118 elements after the last 4 elements were named in 2016. So we should say, humankind now has the most beautiful periodic table in history. As an accumulation of the scientific knowledge, the periodic table is a priceless treasure and a source of scientific inspiration for all of humankind. In this respect, I want to use this IYPT 2019 as an opportunity to reaffirm the following 3 points. First, we should respect and appreciate the many scientists who have contributed to the discovery of many elements and to the development of the beautiful periodic table over several hundred years. Second, we should pay our appreciation to the many scientists and engineers who have used the characteristics of the elements to contribute to the development of materials that enrich our world. We also expect the next generation of scientists and engineers to use the hints given by the periodic table to create future material that will further enrich our lives. Third, there's not an unlimited supply of the elements. In addition, the expected lifetime of many elements is less than 100 years. So we should address this global issue of limited elements and minerals resources using a scientific approach. So I want to share these messages with people all over the world, especially with the younger generations. Today's program will proceed as you can see here. We will have a report of the various activities that have been taken worldwide. These special sessions on the discovery and the creation of the elements, and also sessions for the next generations of scientists. I hope you enjoy the whole program. We also have exhibitions all related to the periodic table that have been brought all the way from Russia and Taiwan, as well as our exhibition from Japan. So I hope you enjoy them. Next, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our many supporters and sponsors who have made our activities possible. Special thanks are due to MEXT, METI, and Japanese National Commission for UNESCO. So we have some representative guests from Cabinet Office, MEXT, and METI with us today. Thank you very much for coming, despite being very busy schedule. Our activities have been supported financially by more than 50 companies and 75 academic institutions and associations. Here is a list of some main sponsors only, but you can find a whole list in the program booklet and the board in the exhibition hall. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of them for making this IYPT 2019 in Japan a great success. Among these representative sponsors, our special thanks are due to Kojundo Chemical Laboratory Company Limited. They have not only supported financially, but have also been active players in our various events throughout the year. For this closing ceremony, they have provided a rather big, real periodic table for exhibition. I hope you enjoy it. My special thanks are also due to European Chemical Society, EuChemS, for a gift of the conference bag designed with their own periodic table. I would like to thank Professor David Cole Hamilton. Thank you very much for your very, very kind offer. Okay. And in the bag, you'll find a variety of items, all related to the periodic table. These tables on the right are gift from Tokyo Electron Company Limited. I would like to thank them also. These are our present and will be explained later by Mr. Hisamatsu, so I hope you enjoy them. By the way, I'm wearing, and many colleagues in this room wearing this special IYPT2019 tie designed by myself in collaboration with thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. But in collaboration with a very, very famous necktie shop in Tokyo. Okay. Some key elements are arranged to demonstrate this special year. So you can buy it, okay, at a special booth in the exhibition room. Finally, I'd like to emphasize that the aim of today's closing ceremony is not to close our activities, but to keep the momentum of the celebration going after 2019 ends, to amplify our scientific and educational activities using the periodic table, and to further reaffirm the importance of the periodic elements and periodic table in our lives. So let's say the periodic table is forever. So, and enjoy the closing ceremony of the IYPT 2019 and beyond. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tamao. As Professor Tamao indicated, all the activity of the International Year of Periodic Table is led by the Inter-Union Management Committee of IYPT. Now I would like to invite Professor Natalia Tarasova, past president of International Union Pure and Applied Chemistry and co-chair of this Inter-Union Management Committee, IYPT 2019. So Professor Natalia Tarasova, please come up to the stage.
Dear Mr. Yutaka Hishiyama, the representative of the Minister for MEXT, dear Professor Tamao, dear Professor Kaori Yamanouchi, dear Professor Kawai, it is my great pleasure to greet all the participants of today's event here in Tokyo on behalf of the International Management Committee for the International Year of the Periodic Table. First of all, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to our Japanese colleagues for their acceptance to host and take the responsibility for the grand closing ceremony. The day program looks very exciting and promises a lot of wonders for us. It's well known that understanding the past helps to predict the future. So allow me to remind you the history of the International Year. In December 2017, at its 71st session, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed the year 2019 as the International Year of the Periodic Table of Chemical Elements. Previously, the initiative was supported by the Russian Federation in collaboration with UNESCO and was approved at the 39th session of the General Conference of this organization. UNESCO and the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, IUPAC, were appointed to coordinate the International Year in cooperation with national, regional, and international chemical societies and other unions. The periodic table is more than just a guide or catalog of entire known atoms at the universe. It is essentially a window on the universe that helps us to expand our understanding of the world around us. This year marks the 150th anniversary of its creation by Russian scientist Dmitri Mendeleev. Mendeleev wrote in his book, Selective Writings, "It is the function of science to discover the existence of a general reign of order in nature and to find the causes governing this order. And this refers in equal measures to the relations of men, social and political, and to the entire universe as a whole." So there is no wonder that the International Year has provided an exciting opportunity to reflect upon many aspects of the periodic table in the context of human life, including its history, the role of men and women in research, global trends and perspectives on science for sustainable development, as well as its societal and economic impacts. Thousands of events have been implemented worldwide in celebration of the year. Millions of people have actively participated in and organized events and activities all over the world. Great Russian poet Alexander Pushkin wrote, "All ages are submissive love." May I paraphrase? Love to the periodic table, all ages are submissive. During the year 2019, the International Year of the Periodic Table of Elements has given a significant greater resonance to events that otherwise would have resulted in much smaller recognition. Just to mention one of many, the celebration of the International Day of Women and Girls in Science on February 11 at the International Symposium setting the title, Women and the Periodic Table of Elements, held at the University of Murcia, Spain. This symposium highlighted female role models who contributed significantly to the discovery of elements of the periodic table. The examples of Maria Skłodowska-Curie, Berta Karlik, Liz Meitner, Ida Noddack, and Marguerite Perret were celebrated in line with the gender equality priority of UNESCO in view of the advancement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. One of the important outcomes of the year is the decision made by the UNESCO Executive Board to establish a prize for fundamental research to commemorate Dmitri Mendeleev. UNESCO Russia Dmitri Mendeleev Prize for Achievements in Basic Sciences will contribute to broader promotion of science. The prize fund will be $500,000 a year. It will be awarded annually starting from the year 2020 to 2 scientists for breakthrough innovations in the area of basic science. It is a very important outcome of the International Year. The periodic table is one of the most significant achievements in science, capturing the essence not only in chemistry but also in other science areas. It is a unique tool enabling scientists to predict the appearance and properties of matter on Earth and in the rest of the universe. That is why the METI International Messaging Extraterrestrial Intelligence, the organization that fosters multidisciplinary research on the design and transmitting of interstellar messages, has selected the periodic table as the content of the interstellar message. So by the end of this year, 150 years after Mendeleev has discovered the periodic table, METI will transmit the interstellar message with the coded periodic table. The comprehensive vision of periodicity is an overarching concept that will be understood by every and any extraterrestrial intelligence. And what about our planet Earth? The International Year was proclaimed by the United Nations and coordinated by UNESCO and IUPAC in close collaboration with other founding partners. International Science Council, International Union for Pure and Applied Physics, International Chemistry, European Chemical Union Society, International Astronomical Union, International Union of History and Philosophy of Science and Technology. Let me thank the sister unions for the contribution to the success of the International Year on behalf of the Management Committee. Our gratitude to the steering committee consisting of 16 people, the leaders of the union and other experts that was formed in spring of 2017 and produced and submitted their original initial proposal on the International Year to UNESCO. Our gratitude to the International Year of Periodic Table principal sponsor, Russian company Fosagra, and all the other sponsors, and they all will be mentioned in the presentation of Professor Jan Riedijk, the co-chair of the Management Committee later this day. It is very symbolic that the closing ceremony is being held in Tokyo. The first element discovered in Asia at Riken Nishima Center for Accelerator-Based Science bears the name Nihonium. And we know that name came from Nihon, which is one of the two ways to say Japan in Japanese, and literally means the land of rising sun. May I say that we meet today the dawn of the new era in the history of the periodic table. The exploration of new elements continues, and scientists are searching for elements beyond the seventh row of the periodic table. The role and significance of the periodic table has been made visible on our planet Earth as a crucial pillar for scientific knowledge. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tarasova. In 1869, Dmitri Mendeleev, a Russian scientist, has published the periodicity of chemical elements. 150 years since, the table has been highly utilized in science, technology, and the others. And this year, we are celebrating the year of periodic table, and we are gathering here together. This was confirmed by United Nations and UNESCO, as Natalia mentioned. We would like to have welcome address from Director General Ms. Audrey Ozure. This will be presented by Mr. Philippe Piper, program scientist in science, program specialist in science, UNESCO office in Beijing. Is this correct? Yes. Mr. Piper, please come up onto the stage.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and honor to represent UNESCO in this closing ceremony and to report to you on our member states' participation and contribution to the International Year of the Periodic Table of Chemical Elements. With an impressive number of international events, conferences, summits, we have heard about that already, that occur over the year. The International Year of Periodic Table has garnered enormous press and coverage. Articles on the year were written in major newspapers such as the New York Times, Financial Times, Guardian, Le Monde, El País, the Hindustan Times, and even in Nature and Science, to name a few. And our UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, reflected on this year in his report to member states in the last General Assembly in September in New York. The year was also highlighted in the last meeting of the G7 in Paris. For those of us who were fortunate to have gone to school, we remember these elements of the periodic tables with great fascination. We were discovering that the water we drink is composed of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 of oxygen, that the salt we sprinkle on our food is made of 1 of sodium atom combined with 1 chlorine atom, and even that the air we breathe is made from nitrogen and oxygen. Our sun, the most important source of energy for life on Earth, is composed primarily of hydrogen and helium. The list of elements continued to enthuse us over the years when we realized that the brilliant spectacles of fireworks are contributed by many different elements of the periodic table, that iron, copper, gold, silver are just elements with symbols, and that diamonds are just a complex arrangement of carbon atoms. How fascinating that such valuable commodities that control our world economies are all but elements of this auspicious table. The chemical industry manufactures over 70,000 different products, ranging from plastics and fertilizer to detergents and drugs. This is a highly resource and energy-hungry activity. In addition, many solvents and catalysts are toxic, and disposal of chemical waste is complicated and expensive. An investment in chemistry research can contribute to the development of ecological construction materials to reduce pollution by replacing chemical solvents with green inorganic solvents. The International Year of the Periodic Table also celebrated many scientists that contributed to the work of the periodic table, notably Johann Doberheiner, Beguillet de Chamcourtois, John Newlands, William Odling, Lothar Meyer, and of course, Dmitri Mendeleev. The contribution of the Russian Mendeleev was particularly significant because he was able to predict the existence of as yet undiscovered chemical elements. His periodic table, published in 1869, contained empty spaces to accommodate these elements. We therefore celebrate him again today with his image adorning the logo of this important year. This brings me to an important policy issue. We need more scientists. We need to help them and nurture them so they can also become extraordinary names in the annals of science that all the world can talk about. One of the main challenges we are facing is that fewer and fewer talented youngsters seem to be interested and attracted by science, a global trend that is leaving the faculties of mathematics, physics, and chemistry empty. The general public appears ready and willing to use the latest products of scientific and technological ingenuity, but is visibly less interested in science itself. Young people are increasingly turning away from science as a career option. This is a worrying trend with multiple and complex roots. This decline of interest in science and scientific careers must be counteracted, for it threatens the sustainability of the scientific enterprise itself and, by extension, the prospects for using science for development. Operational issue to address as a priority is the involvement of industry in the common action supporting science for development. We are very pleased that we could benefit from a huge contribution from the private sector, from industry, in celebrating this year, and we are convinced this collaboration will continue in the near future. I'm very happy to report that we worked with a number of industries to effect this year, and the improvement of science-industry cooperation is not always easy, but if successful, it opens up important possibilities for all concerned. What is also still relevant today, despite efforts by many organizations, including UNESCO, over many years is the presence and role of women in science. We all have to encourage governments to support women in science and technology, to assist in training women, to involve them in academic hierarchies as directors of universities, and to empower them in high positions of political decision-making. Lorsque nous examinons la contribution des travaux académiques au progrès de l'humanité, que ce soit dans les sciences naturelles ou dans le domaine des arts et des sciences humaines, l'importance de la liberté académique responsable nous apparaît très claire. C'est souvent l'effet cumulatif de la recherche fondamentale, du développement continu des connaissances, difficilement quantifiable et ne correspondant pas toujours au cycle de financement des thèmes de recherche, qui conduisent à des percées. Les académies et les universités créent les environnements où cela peut se produire, mais uniquement si leur autonomie est valorisée et protégée. Par conséquent, nous devons également veiller à ce que nos institutions bénéficient de cette autonomie. La science ne peut pas fonctionner en étant liée et opprimée. Les éléments du tableau périodique ne sont que des exemples d'entreprises scientifiques qui touchent le monde entier. Et ils sont vraiment fascinants. Chacun a une histoire à raconter. Certains, comme le carbone, jouent maintenant des rôles divergents sur notre planète. Il est essentiel pour tous les êtres vivants sur la Terre comme élément, mais sous forme de dioxyde de carbone, il menace leur existence en réchauffant notre monde à des niveaux dangereux. D'autres, comme l'uranium ou le plutonium, ont une mauvaise réputation en raison de leur association avec les armes nucléaires, alors que beaucoup d'éléments radioactifs constituent la base de nos industries, de notre agriculture et de notre santé. Il nous appartient d'apprécier et de comprendre en quoi ces éléments sont la base de tout dans nos vies. Je crois que cette compréhension nous aidera tous à mettre les choses en perspective. Après tout, nous sommes faits de ces éléments. Ladies and gentlemen, why are we here today? We must accelerate the teaching of science. We must educate today the chemists of tomorrow and give everyone, young and old, men and women, wherever they are, the ability to understand the processes of chemistry thanks to the quality science education. The chemistry of the future must be a responsible science. We know that green chemistry is already playing a role at the forefront of the development of alternatives, energy as well as of agriculture, to provide for an increasing global population. Our responsibility as politicians, as policymakers, as scientists, as citizens, is to channel the discoveries of chemistry in the direction of sustainable development. Short-term gains must never override responsible applications. Chemistry is a basic science at the heart of the most pressing challenges of the 21st century. It is crucial that we all develop awareness of this potential and reality and make the most of it. The International Year of the Periodical Table was very successful, as it helped us to bring all these important considerations at the attention of policymakers, the public, the private sector, and the society at large. I think we've also planted seeds in the minds of young future scientists, and I'm confident that the International Year will therefore multiply its effect in the near future. To say it with another famous chemist, a French one, Antoine Laurent de Lavoisier, rien ne se perd, rien ne se crée, tout se transforme. Nothing is lost, nothing is created, everything is transformed. We close a beautiful year and a very fruitful year, but we for sure will continue our efforts to promote the role of chemistry into the transformation of our societies towards and along more sustainable development pathway. Thank you very much for your effort. Thank you very much for your attention and presence today.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Piper. Thank you very much, Mr. Piper. As we all know that the establishment of International Year of Periodic Table 2019 has been done because of the great effort of Russian scientists like Natalia and her scientific community. Representing the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation, Professor Gregory Trubinnikov will give us a welcome remark. Professor Trubinnikov is the first Deputy Minister of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation. May I ask Professor Trubinnikov to come up on the stage?
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, boys and girls, dear friends. On behalf of the government of the Russian Federation and the Ministry of Higher Education and Science, I'm pleased to greet you all here in Tokyo. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Japanese side for the willingness to hold the closing ceremony, to thank the colleagues for the hospitality and the high level of organization. As a country deeply committed to the ideals of UNESCO, Russia considers itself as an internationally open country, with rich scientific heritage. One of our strategic priorities is to strengthen the scientific and technological dialogue with all leading states, including the use of such a unique tool as a scientific diplomacy. This year, world scientific community has been celebrating a significant event dedicated to the 150th anniversary of the periodic table. We greatly appreciate the support and the role of UNESCO in celebration of this event, as well as the constant assistance of Russian initiatives. We are very grateful that numerous events around the world, and there were thousands of them, were closely connected with the name of Dmitri Mendeleev. This fact shows the level of recognition of this phenomenal discovery, which has become the universally applicable language for scientists in different fields, in chemistry, in physics, in astronomy, in geology, biology, and others. Thanks to the International Year, tens of millions of people learned about the history of the discovery of the table, about its role in the development of fundamental science, which in turn has changed and continues to change our lives. All this contributes to the fight against homophobia. Numerous open lessons in schools, as well as interactive projects, sparked the interest about basic science and knowledge of the world among children, and clearly demonstrated the value and the beauty of the fundamental science and its importance to the younger generation. We sincerely thank the sponsors, funds, and large industrial corporations for their contribution to organize this year. Not long before his death, Dmitri Mendeleev wrote in his diary, "The future does not threaten the periodic law with destruction, but provides only improvement and development." And this forecast scored itself not once. Nowadays, his studies can be fully recognized all over the world. Mendeleev stressed out that his discovery was an output that finalized more than 20 years of studies and experiments of the nature of elements. The work on the studies led not only to creation of the unified system, but also allowed to predict the existence of new chemical elements. Element, atom, atomic weight. Today, all these basic for chemistry concepts are common to us. We study them at schools and take them for granted. We forget how revolutionary Mendeleev's work seemed to his contemporaries. You should be really brave to predict the way the world science will go. It is hard to overestimate the role of chemistry today. It has a great power that allows the humanity to go forward and face modern challenges by innovational development of chemical technologies, chemical material science, and biochemistry. Scientific and technological revolution demanded the synthesis of new materials with given properties unknown to humankind, and they are being created. Thanks to the modern developments in synthesis of new elements, new names appear in their table. During only the last decade, nihonium, moscovium, tennessine, and aganison have been recognized by International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. I would like to point out the importance of the international scientific collaborations, which allowed to create these elements. There is no doubt that their joint work and real passion to science drive chemistry forward. In this regard, we believe that the International Basic Science Program of UNESCO demands full support. This program is the main tool for achieving a number of sustainable development goals. Widespread popularization of scientific activity, including the one among youth and women in science, is extremely important. I hope that International Russia UNESCO Dmitri Mendeleev Prize that received unprecedented anonymous support of our respective member countries will become a great motivation for the development of basic science and honorable awards for researchers who have already made breakthrough in the field. I believe that Mendeleev's contribution to science should not be limited by events dedicated to the celebration of this year. I would like to turn to UPAC and UNESCO with a request to draw attention to the heritage of Dmitri Mendeleev by producing handbooks about the periodic law for school children all around the world. We are sure that it will be an excellent humanitarian and educational mission. We have a lot of joint work ahead addressing the challenges of sustainable development of our society with the help of modern chemical technologies, while still paying attention to preserving the environment. This is the priority task for all modern chemists, whether they are scientists, engineers, or manufacturers. And in this sense, the past International Year gave a powerful push to such cross-cutting interaction. I wish you all new discoveries and new achievement. Thank you very much for your efforts and for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Trubinnikov. Thank you very much. And very nice presentation of the video, too. The periodic table of chemical elements have expanded as new elements emerges. In 2016, elements of atomic numbers with 113, 115, 117, and 118 were named. And this was the completion of the seventh law of the periodic table. The periodic table we see at the moment is one of the most beautiful tables with no unknown names of the element. One of the last named elements is nihonium, atomic number of 113. Nihonium was discovered in Riken, the institute most well known in Japan to have the activity in physics with their own particle accelerator for the discovery. Today, Professor Hiroshi Matsumoto, the president of Riken, will welcome you. Professor Matsumoto, please come up to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, and friends and colleagues. I'm Hiroshi Matsumoto. As president of Riken, one of the co-host institutes of this closing ceremony, I would like to welcome all of you for this celebration. I would like to thank Dr. Natalia Tarasova and Dr. Jan Vriedijk, who initiated the idea of International Year of the Periodic Table of Chemical Elements, as has been said, to mark the 150th anniversary since it was first discovered by Mendeleev, as all of you know. Riken is honored to have been included in the original members who had made the proposal to the UNESCO. I must thank Natalia again because she came to Tokyo in 2017 as the president of IUPAC to formally declare nihonium as the name of the 113 element. I still remember your declaration and how nervous you were, yet managed to make a deep bow with dignity to the crown prince, who is now our emperor in this new era. When I think about Japan's contribution to the development of the periodic table to date, it seems like a miracle that we are having the closing ceremony of International Year of Periodic Table here in Japan. On behalf of the researchers in Japan, I would like to express my gratitude to everybody who has helped this happen, including those who proposed the International Year and those who proposed Japan to host the ceremony, and those who have organized today's program, and at last, not least, those who discovered new elements in the seventh row. It is true everywhere in the world that without the government initiatives, searches for super heavy elements, a very typical blue sky science, cannot be performed. Creation and discovery of nihonium were also made possible by the support from the Japanese government. I would like to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to today's distinguished guests from MEXT Mambusho, our government. I would like to emphasize that the MEXT has continued to support and promote this science to further extend the periodic table to the 8th row now. Riken, the birthplace of nihonium, was founded in 1917 at the as the first Japanese research institute for physical and chemical science. A part of the budget for its establishment was donated from the emperor. With such honorable money to finance our research, we need to repay them with the very best research results, hopefully with the national pride as Japan. We believe we have done that with the discovery and the naming of the nihonium in 2017, precisely 100 years after Riken was founded. Thereafter, Japanese became fanatics of the periodic table. The mayor of Wako City, where our Riken is located, is one of them. He even created Nihonium Avenue in the city that stretches from the Wako City station to Riken. And it takes about 15 minutes walk from the station to Riken. This is a walk of fame of elements where you see paving stones from hydrogen to organesson. At the entrance of Riken, you will see a big monument of nihonium. Wako City is now officially the city of elements. Riken was very lucky to become one of the laboratories which contributed to the completing the 7th row of the periodic table. The 7th row is the outcome of blood, sweat, and tears of many of you present here in this room. I appreciate all those who have come a long way to be here in person. Thank you. The periodic table now looks more beautiful than ever, as Professor Tamao and Professor Kawai mentioned. You have come this for all together. During the International Year of the Periodic Table, I was pleasantly surprised to learn that there are so many periodic table enthusiasts among the young generations, both boys and girls. The periodic table is the driving force of advancement of science and is a door to invite younger generations to science. I'd like to thank you, the world, and all of you for continuing to support our researches, not only in this chemistry area, but all sciences. Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Matsumoto. And I would like to thank to all organizers who welcomed our participation here in Tokyo. Now I would like to move to congratulating remarks, which is we're going to give them from the distinguished guests. International Year for Periodic Table 2019 activity in Japan has been supported by two ministries. Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, MEXT, and Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI. To represent MEXT, I would now invite Mr. Yutaka Hishiyama, Director General, Science and Technology Policy Bureau. Mr. Hishiyama, will you please come up on the stage?
Dr. Tarasova, Dr. Rijnik, Dr. Travnikov, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hishiyama Yutaka, come from MEXT, and today I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on the splendid holding of the IYPT 2019 Closing Ceremony, at which so many people from around the world are gathered here in Tokyo to kick off the International Year of the periodic table of chemical elements. The IYPT 2019 opening ceremony was held at UNESCO headquarters in Paris on January 29th this year. Since then, various related events have been held around the world over this past year. I'm aware that this year is the 150th anniversary of the discovery of the periodic law by Dmitri Ivanovich Mendeleev, a Russian distinguished chemist who formulated the periodic law and predicted the discovery of several new elements and their properties. Since the discovery of new elements in accordance with the periodic law, it became trusted worldwide. Nowadays, the periodic table created based on the periodic law is the basis of chemistry and physics. In 2005, our ministry MEXT produced the periodic table with the legend, "One periodic table in every home," distributed to elementary schools, elementary, junior, and senior high schools, science, natural history museums, and elsewhere and every home. The table has been utilized to deepen the interest of wide range of people in science. MEXT started the periodic production of this periodic table in response to an enthusiastic proposal from Dr. Tamao Sensei, the chairman of the executive committee this event in Japan. The table has already gone through its 11th edition. We are very grateful to Dr. Tamao for his great contribution to the production of this periodic table and diffusion of science. The research of new elements is still active today. In 2016, an element with the atomic number 113 which was discovered for the first time in scientific history by a Japanese research team, weekend team, was included in the periodic table with the name Nihonium. Moreover, this year, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded to Dr. Yoshino Akira from Asahi Kasei Corporation for his achievements in the research and the development of the lithium-ion battery. We in Japan were very honored by the recognition of these activities. The results are great encouragement to the younger generation, who will carry on the future and are expected to contribute greatly to the development of science and technology and society in the future. Next, continues to positively support these kinds of efforts. Finally, I would like to express my highest regards to all the parties involved in the IYPT 2019 related series of events, from the opening to the closing ceremonies. And I hope that with the opportunity of the celebration of the IYPT 2019, research collaboration extending across borders will be further expanded, and science and technology will see further advancement. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Mr. Hishiyama. And I think the technological problem has to be immediately solved by Japanese technician, and I believe that the mic will be working this time. Okay. So the idea of holding the closing ceremony in Japan was first brought up by the Management Committee of Science Council to Science Council of Japan in May 2018. Since then, in cooperation with Science Council of Japan, Chemical Society of Japan started to operate towards the closing ceremony of today. I'm delighted that we came to this point and have been supported by all of you to sit together here today. Let me ask Dr. Miyoko Watanabe, the Vice President of Science Council of Japan, to give her address.
Thank you very much for your introduction, Maki-sensei. Our chairperson, distinguished guests, and everybody. It's a great pleasure for me as a representative of Science Council of Japan to have this opportunity to be over here at the closing ceremony of the International Year of Periodic Table of Chemical Element 2019. The memorial project celebrating IYPT 2019 was approved by the joint proposal of International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, IUPAC, International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, IUPAC, International Astronomical Union, International Union of History and Philosophy of Science and Technology, and European Chemical Society. The United Nations and UNESCO proclaimed 2019 as the IYPT 2019. I believe that many of you and many people in the world have obtained fruitful results through this project. Science Council of Japan is science academy representing our scientific community in Japan in all of the field of humanities, life science, social science, natural science, and engineering. We have social responsibilities through development of science. We are promoting communication and dialogue among scientists, policymakers, people in industry, media people, and citizens. Our academy was established in 1949, so this year we have a 70th anniversary. And we have always promoted international communication in science through its cooperation with academic organizations around the world. As a representative organization of Japanese science community, Science Council of Japan is carrying out several international activities in cooperation with the other national academic and international academic organizations. In Science Council of Japan, the IUPAC subcommittee has established under Chemistry Committee to conduct international activity for the IUPAC. The Chemistry Committee and Physics Committee jointly established the International Periodic Table Year Memorable Project Review Subcommittee to support activity in cooperation with related organizations such as the Chemistry Society of Japan. The periodic table of chemical elements is the basis of all of the materials and the material science, as all of you know. I am so delighted to celebrate this closing ceremony together with you. I'm sure that many people contributed this project. I'd like to close my remarks by expressing my sincere gratitude to all of the members who contributed to this IYPT 2019. I strongly hope that this IYPT 2019 opens the door of the future and brings great benefit to human life for all the people in the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Miyoko-san. Now, representing Mendeleev Russian Chemical Society, let me ask Professor Aslan Tviz, is this correct? Head of Material Science section of the Russian Academy of Science, to give us an address. Professor Tviz, please come up onto the stage.
Dear colleagues, let me give on behalf of Mendeleev Chemical Society. Mendeleev became one of the founders of the Russian Chemical Society 150 years ago. This at meeting of the Russian Chemical Society that the first Mendeleev's report on the periodical table of chemical elements was delivered, and it was immediately published in the Journal of the Society. The successor of the Society after Mendeleev's death was Mendeleev Russian Chemical Society. That's why it was one of the initiators of declaring 2019 the International Year of the Periodical Table of Chemical Elements. I am glad to know that the initiative was actively supported by national chemical societies and research institutions of over 80 countries. This unanimous support provided for the unanimous vote for the move at the United Nations General Assembly. This unity of researchers of the entire world was vividly manifest at the opening ceremony of the International Year of the Periodical Table of Chemical Elements, which take place at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris on 29 January. And February saw the opening of the International Year in Russia, and numerous events in nearly all world countries ensued. Thus, the International Year of the Periodical Table of Chemical Elements turned into a world festival of scientific developments. Mass media, both highly esteemed specialized and popular ones, gave an extensive coverage of that. An analysis of these materials shows that the interest was aroused by the rich and complex process of developments of the periodical table. During the process, not only unknown chemical elements were discovered, but also contradictions and challenges appeared, which stimulated development of new scientific directions. The attempts to solve complex scientific and technical problems lead to triumph of the quantum theory, spectroscopy, and the periodical table. We also express our gratefulness to the Chemical Society of Japan, which took it upon itself to conduct the closing ceremony of the International Year of the Periodical Table of Chemical Elements. We wish successes and good luck to all those who participated in the proceeding of the International Year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tevis. Now I would like to invite Professor David Cole Hamilton, the past president of European Chemical Society and former council member of the Royal Society of Chemistry, to present both Eurochem Society and the Royal Society of Chemistry of UK. Professor Cole Hamilton is the Emeritus Professor of the University of St Andrews in Scotland. May I ask Professor Cole Hamilton to come up on the stage?
Minasan, ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your kind introduction. Oh, wait. So I come today to, on behalf of 4 other people. I'm representing Pilar Goya, who's the president of the European Chemical Society, Nanesha Harastel, who's the general secretary, Dame Carol Robinson, who is the president of the Royal Society of Chemistry, and Robert Parker, who's the chief executive. And they all send you their greetings for this event, and they send congratulations on the events of the International Year of the Periodic Table. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about some of the things these 2 organizations have been doing to celebrate the International Year. So firstly, for the Royal Society of Chemistry, they've had a series of public lectures all over the country, all over the United Kingdom and Ireland, and there have been 18 of these lectures, and over 1,300 people have attended. It's all free, and these are very, very interesting general lectures for the public. There's then been a series of grants, which just recently I've heard they've spent £83,000 on these grants and had 97 different projects which they funded. I show you one here. You've already seen a picture of this somewhere else. This is one I was involved with in St Andrews, which is a series of photographs from the collection. They have a very large photographic collection in St Andrews, and these represent either different elements involved in different chemical techniques for photography, or they have some relationship to chemistry itself. They also had a large periodic table exhibition, and I show you one of the things that very many of the activities have rotated around these 3 periodic tables you see in here. At the bottom in the middle, there's one made of macrame, which is a knot tying craft, and it's made from 220,000 knots, and it took 350 hours to prepare. Jane Stewart did this specially for the International Year of the Periodic Table. And then there's the oldest known printed wall chart, and you'll see a copy of it in the Mendeleev room out there. At this exhibition, the original was on display. It's the only time it's been displayed in public for over 100 years. It was discovered, rolled up under a lecture theatre in St Andrews 4 years ago. And then the UChem's periodic table, I'll say more about at the moment. On the left, you see a wonderful piece of jewellery which was prepared specially for the exhibition. It's made of silver. It's a spiral, and from it hang decals for every element of the periodic table. I say it's made of silver, but the gold is actually made of gold, platinum is made of platinum, and there's a diamond studding the one for carbon. And then they did an outdoor projection on 11 different universities in the United Kingdom, and I show you a photograph from the one in St Andrews here, of celebrating the International Year of the Periodic Table. This was outside buildings. This was about 2 weeks ago in Chemistry Week, and it showed a lot about the periodic table, but specifically about the dangers of the use of mobile phones on the availability of elements. I come now to UChems, and one thing I'm not going to talk about is we have done two very important events about women in the periodic table. One is the release of a book by Brigitte van Tichelen and Annette Likens, who are both here. And Brigitte will talk about this later on. And we've already heard about the meeting in Murcia, setting their table about women in the periodic table. It's been very, very important raising awareness of the role of women in the periodic table. But I do just want to spend a minute on this periodic table, which you've seen before, and which we developed, really inspired by Professor Tomao's trying to put a periodic table in every school. In every home. We tried to put it in every school in Europe, and we designed it to look different from the normal periodic table. And there are some very important messages in this periodic table. First of all, the title, the 90 elements that make up everything. These are the naturally occurring elements. And when you think about that, everything around us is made from these 90 elements. Nothing else. It's an astonishing thought. And we have to look after those elements. It's really important. So then in the periodic table, the area occupied by each element represents its availability on Earth. And then the colors tell us how we're using them. If we carry on using them and disposing of them or discarding them, then they will be dissipated, and in some cases within 100 years. There are 4 elements that can come from areas where wars are fought over them. They're called conflict minerals. And then there are 31 elements which have this symbol of a telephone on them because they're in smartphones. And you'll see that 6 of the red elements, 6 of the elements which will be dissipated in 100 years are in smartphones, and all 4 of the ones from conflict, which can come from conflict minerals, are in smartphones. This was designed for schools. It's now available in 32 different languages, and I show you for the very first time it in Japanese. This has been prepared especially for the International Year Closing Ceremony. So we have it now in Japanese as well, and it was translated by Professor Kyoko Nozaki, who is a good friend of mine, and very grateful to her for doing that. We ran a video competition. Our young chemists ran a video competition, and there were 250 entries each. They were mainly for schools, for young people, and it was a really wonderful set of videos, and this is just a picture from one of the videos. Now, we're very interested that the International Year of the Periodic Table doesn't end here. This is the closing ceremony, but it must be the start of what we do in the future. We have to have a legacy for what we've been doing. And one of the things that the European Chemical Society and the Royal Society of Chemistry have collaborated on is raising awareness about the problem of elements in mobile phones, and the fact that many people, when they finish with their phone, just put it in a drawer and keep it at home. And then you cannot get the elements back from that. So what we're doing now is we're trying to improve the way that we use our electronic goods and the way we recycle them when they have been used. So it's a very important legacy. If we can do that, if we can get people to recycle their electronic goods, that's a really important contribution. And finally, I show you a video. This is a video game that we've prepared. Can I have the sound, please? And it's great fun. If you enjoy video games, you should go and you should download it from this link on the left here, and you can play all kinds of games on this video game. This is a wonderful game here. I'm sorry we don't have the sound, but there we are. Never mind. Right, and so I come to the end, and I want to congratulate everybody who's been involved in the International Year of the Periodic Table. It's been a wonderful time, and particularly I would like to congratulate Natalia and Jan Radijk from IYPT, who put an enormous amount of effort into running this, and Miki and Kaya Tomao for the closing ceremony. You'll notice I have here that Miki Kawai was made an honorary fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry in 2018. Last Thursday, the committee met and they decided to elect Natalia Tarasova, an honorary fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry. So many congratulations to you, Natalia. So I'd like to finish by...
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. I can see you good this time.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yes, you can see it.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Cole Hamilton. As he indicated, that the recycling of these electronic devices is very important, and I think in coming 2020 Olympic, all the gold medals made from the recycling system that Metropolitan Tokyo area has established. If I'm not correct, somebody has to rephrase, but so I think we also are contributing to this recycling. Thank you very much. Now, American Chemical Society is one of the largest chemical society in the world, and as a matter of fact, I'm a member too, and has been very active in the International Year of Periodic Table activities. Let me invite Dr. Bonnie Charpentier, the president of the American Chemical Society. Please come up to this.
Thank you very much. Dear Dr. Kawai, Dr. Tomeo, Professor Tarasova, and Regic, honored guests and friends from all over the world, I feel very privileged to be invited to speak to you today. Thank you to the organizers from the Chemical Society of Japan and to IUPAC for the opportunity to address this group of esteemed colleagues, and I bring greetings from all of the members of the American Chemical Society. I have to say this is the second time in a few months I've had to follow David, and it's not a comfortable place to be, but I'm delighted to see you here as well. When I was elected to serve as ACS president, IYPT this year had not yet been designated by the United Nations. It was not yet an official celebratory year. However, in spite of the very short timeline, the plan and the execution of the activities to celebrate this iconic symbol of our chemistry has come together in an amazing fashion. The global chemistry enterprise has collaborated to create many exciting events, from the Global Women's Breakfast that was organized by IUPAC to collaborating at our conferences on events, to encouraging our members to celebrate in their own communities worldwide. We've worked together to share our enthusiasm for chemistry. I'd like to extend a special word of thanks to the IUPAC Organizing Committee for their tireless efforts during the year to make this year a success. ACS has celebrated IYPT in many ways. Numerous ACS members have helped to organize resolutions in their individual states and in the U.S. Congress. We've helped to inform members and the public through weekly trivia contests and trivia information posted through ACS social media accounts, and Chemical and Engineering News has hosted events at ACS national meetings. The February 2019 edition of the ACS Program in a Box, if you're interested in the Program in a Box, please see me during the meeting. We've had a record number of participants, over 10,000 and counting. We're delighted that through the efforts of our members, dozens of local events in their communities in the United States and around the world. ACS has established a website for members to find ideas for activities related to the periodic table, to register their events, and to learn about the history of the periodic table. As we approach the end of this year, I'm proud not only of all the wonderful events that have taken place around the world, but mostly that we have done it together as one global chemistry community. I look forward to carrying this spirit of collaboration beyond 2019, perhaps with a focus on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as one area we can all collaborate on. I look forward to working with many of you in the future, and thank you again for inviting me here today. I really look forward to speaking with the rest of you in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. Final distinguished guests are from our friend countries in Asia. The first from China, Professor Zhizhongshu okay, here. The Vice President of Chinese Chemical Society. He's a professor of chemistry in Tsinghua University. Professor, please come on the stage.
It's my great honor to be here. So, my honorable guest, everybody here, good morning. On behalf of the Chinese Chemical Society and our 65,000 members, myself also, I'm as a member of the managing committee of the IYPT 2011. So I would like to express our sincere congratulations to the Chemical Society of Japan for organizing this wonderful closing ceremony here for the IYPT 2019, as well as congratulations to the global scientists, worldwide chemists in particular, for their year-long efforts to celebrate 150th anniversary for the discovery of the periodic tables for chemical elements, which is an important landmark for science, of course, particularly in chemistry in particular. Our modern society, accompanied by the population explosions and by the, I would say, the universally continuously increased desire for materials comforts, which is not sustainable. So we have encountered a serious problem in the environmental resources and even the water and the food. So much of the modern technologies is largely dependent on scarce elements, which limit applicability. New chemistry is needed to replace the scarce elements with abundant and environment-friendly elements. The Chinese Chemical Society has launched the opening ceremony of this IYPT in the China National Science Museum in Beijing. And chemists have also adopted a popular Chinese song, which use the melodies of this song, but composed with these chemical elements and chemistries. So they're entitled Chemistry and Common Words, which was performed on stage by a group of Chinese chemists. And this video has been viewed more than about 2 million times in the internet. In the very center of Beijing, the the fashionable chic area called Sanliutan, actually it's embassy areas, we set up an exhibition of the periodic tables in the central square for 1 week, which attracted a few 100,000 pedestrians. We also built a periodic table wall in a 10-story tall buildings inside the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Probably that's one of the biggest periodic table in the world. It is our belief that through attracting more and more young talents with some broad international collaborations to develop new chemistry and chemical engineering processes, encouraged by the IYPT activities, we will eventually provide chemists, scientists, solutions to meet the global challenges facing humankind. So finally, I would like to thank, I'm very grateful to the Chemical Society of Japan for organizing this event, and thank you all. So I'm very happy to learn that also the Chinese scientists has also participated in the discovery of the Nihon elements in Nikon. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Shui. Now, finally, I would like to ask the guest from Korea, Professor Hyunjun Ha, the President of Korean Chemical Society. Please come up on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, first of all, the Professor Kawai and the Tamao and the Tarasoba and the all the members attending this wonderful ceremony. I'm quite honored to deliver a short speech. Actually, the she requested me to have a 2-minute speech, not longer than 2. So I decided to write down a bit. If not, I may tell you to give a speech longer than 2 hours. So, all of us know why we are here. We are to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Mendeleev's proposal of a periodic table. We all chemists knows that the current evolution of our daily life to be more convenient with a longer lifespan and easier movements with the various convenient devices based on the chemistry as the central and the creative science. This creativity has originated from the way of bonding with a proper combination of the element. Actually, the Mendeleev proposed 150 years ago. The number has been increased, as he said, the 118 and the completion of the seventh law. We have to recognize the number of all the elements discovered is just less than 120, 118 up to today. But we can recognize how diverse our daily life is. So it's quite amazing that how diverse the thing is with less than 120 elements. Nowadays, our whole world has been evolved by this material through the proper connections in anyhow, which stems from the elements of the periodic table. All of us are bonded by sharing these elements. So to make a better future, we need even close bonding and the sharing with a deep understanding among us as we celebrate as today. So let's go together for the better future with these chemical elements, and let us go together for a bright future of chemistry will bring. And finally, I'd like to congratulate on the year of the really special year of the 2019 105th anniversary of the Mendeleev's proposal. And it's once again, I'd like to thank you, all of you, to give me to have an opportunity on behalf of the all the members of the Korean Chemical Society, and also it's quite a good opportunity to attend this ceremony right next to the Korean and very close country, close friend country, Japan. And once again, I'd like to thank you, Professor Kawai. Thank you very much for your kind attentions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Ha. And I would like to thank to all distinguished guests for their very, very nice remarks. Thank you very much. And I would like to hand my microphone to Rachel again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kawai. The opening ceremony of IYPT 2019 has taken place on January 29th this year at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris, France, and is now coming to an end here today at the closing ceremony. Please welcome Professor Ken Sakai, professor at Kyushu University, who will chair the session Activities in IYPT 2019.
Hello, everybody. As one of the bureau member of the International Union of the Pure Applied Chemistry, that's IUPAC in short, and also as a chair of both the IUPAC subcommittee and IYPT 2019 subcommittee located in the Science Council of Japan, it is my great pleasure to have this closing ceremony talk today in Tokyo, Japan. And also, as one of the organizing committee member of this ceremony, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all of you, especially those joined from abroad. So I'm very sure that this ceremony becomes so fruitful and successful because of your participation. So the first speaker of this session is Dr. Lynn Sobi. So she's an executive director of IUPAC, and she'll be talking us on the periodic table of younger chemists. So let's welcome Dr. Lynn Sobi.
Clicker. It's very important to have the clicker. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to thank everybody, the organizers. Everyone has already thanked everyone. I want to just say ditto in the interest of time. It was also very wonderful to have an opportunity to speak with all of you at the closing ceremony about IUPAC. You've all heard IUPAC a million times today, but also what kind of activities IUPAC itself was involved with. I'm here to represent over 3,000 volunteers that makes up IUPAC. We're not a big organization that's corporate. We are made up of volunteers that dedicate their lives, their spare time, for the passion of chemistry. And it's a wonderful, wonderful experience to represent all of them. I heard today with other speakers the concern about the future, the concern that we need younger chemists coming into chemistry and the sciences. The also concerns about women in chemistry and how we encourage more women in the fields of science and technology and engineering. And also the little ones from very beginnings. How do we encourage them to get an interest, as particularly in the periodic table of elements, but also of chemistry and technology in the future? Interestingly enough, there was a convergence between the International Year of the Periodic Table of Chemical Elements, as we're here to celebrate today, but we're also, as IUPAC, had our own celebration of being in existence for 100 years, our centenary. So we have been very active and very busy, and our volunteers have been working extra hard to not only do our activities, but also to do and interact with IYPT 2019. And before I forget, I must thank everyone who participated. I want to talk about one activity, and it was part of 3 activities that I thought would be interesting to speak about today. One is the periodic table of younger chemists and how that came to be. It's very exciting, and I actually personally was involved in some of this, a lot of it. But it's a passion of mine as well. Also, I wanted to bring attention to a global women's breakfast. I think Bonnie spoke about it, which was also a very, very successful 24-hour around-the-world handshake with organizations in over 100 countries, having a breakfast together. And this event, you can see online, you can see the results, has built almost instantaneously a global network of women and men too, having breakfast. And there was such an outcry to do this again because IUPAC is actually uniquely qualified to bring the world together, we will be doing it again in 2020. And hopefully we'll have some sustainability about one of our programs in future already. And the third one for everyone from down here to up here, we developed a periodic table challenge quiz activity, which has been very successful. 134 countries are participating. We're running out of room on our map for the pins. It will go until the end of this year. And it's actually been very, very interesting to watch the interest around the world in the periodic table almost real time. And that's a wonderful activity. I encourage you to go and take a look at it or take the challenge. We're still looking for some new countries. But I'm going to focus on the periodic table of younger chemists. And all of the things that I just spoke about really are the brainchildren it came out in 2017, of a bunch of volunteers trying to figure out what will we do. Okay? And there were plenty of ideas, lots of ideas. And this is in 2017 in Sao Paulo, Brazil, when a group of our volunteers were getting together and coming up with ideas and pitching their ideas, and it was very exciting. And we boiled it down to basically those 3 plus one other project for our activities. I want to recognize the chair, the co-chair of IUPAC 100 as is known, not IYPT, Mary Garson and Laura McConnell, who worked in addition to their day job, hours and hours and hours on IUPAC 100. And the team that I'm showing you here are the team that actually worked very closely with IYCN, which is the International Younger Chemist Network, to put together the periodic table of younger chemists. Now, what was the concept? So we have been hearing, and you see all the periodic tables of the elements. And the idea here, which was very interesting, is that, well, what about the elements being represented by younger chemists and people who use chemistry in multiple ways in their lives, whether it's in the laboratories, in chemistry, in patent law, okay, in industry, in medicine, in drug discovery, et cetera, because we wanted to really feature the best of the best young chemists in a variety of professions and a level of expertise as a representative of an element. And I will say it was a great idea, and we didn't know what would happen, but we actually had nominations that we solicited. These are juried nominations, and they're chosen for a particular element. And as we did each month, we would release 6 to 12 elements in the order of their discovery. So it began to be very exciting as elements started jiggling, and we were going to make an announcement all over the world. And we did this on a global basis with our conferences and volunteers, and each one of the announcements was building more momentum. So I can assure, hopefully, this will show you the future is really strong, it's very global, it's very inspiring, and I'll show you a little bit about some of the winners. They represent over 80 different countries. There was no limitation on the countries, no limitation on anything except their qualifications. Younger chemists under the age of 40, people who are doing science outreach in their community, and there's a lot of people working on outreach in the community about the importance of chemistry. This is just one representation of one announcement, and you can find all of these people's profiles. They were encouraged to make YouTube videos describing their work or anything they wanted to share. You can learn all about these magnificent, great future leaders in this. These are also 6 summary of one of our announcements, so we would do that. We use social media a lot in this activity, which also is very helpful to get the word out, and that also built a lot of energy and a lot more interest and a lot more nominations to go through. So it's very hard work trying to choose who's going to become that element, and I had nothing to do with it. I wanted just to mention there's one element on the periodic table of younger chemists who is not with us today, but the jury really wanted to recognize Henry Moseley. He died very young. He was under 40, and they believed that he should be on this unique, one-of-a-kind periodic table of younger chemists. And so he posthumously has hafnium on the table, and you can read more about his profile on element 72. But he did, in a short period of his life, make just a significant impact in chemistry, physics, in our lives. So the profiles I talked about, each one of these magnificent people, young people, have put together a profile. Some of them have done amazing videos to teach all of us about what their work is. So if you have a chance, check on one of these folks, and you'll be amazed, and hopefully you'll be inspired. I know I am. So this is the periodic table pre-Paris. And in Paris, we actually, in July, decided that we were going to hold the last 6 elements. So everybody in this room is very familiar with the last 4 elements that were announced, and we actually worked together on those. But the last 6 we wanted to do very special in Paris. So I thought I'd bring you a little bit of Paris to Tokyo. And of course, I don't need to introduce these 2 people. Natalia and Jan came to announce the winners, the last elements, during our celebration on Monday, IUPAC 100. We also invited some very special guests. Obviously, we know those elements were joint efforts with a lot of different labs, a big collaboration, but they were invited to come personally. Some of them are here. And to be on stage and to be part of this last announcement. We didn't want it to end, but we ran out of elements, so maybe we'll do it again and we'll get more elements. So I do want to thank all of the people who came to Paris. I think they had a really good time. And there's a lot of chemistry going on in the discovery of new elements. So, and there we are in Paris, and this is the big final 6. And I thought it would be very, very special to do this a little bit because I want to recognize Nozomi Sato, who is actually sitting over here. We have an element in our presence. She was granted nihonium, and unfortunately, she could not be in Paris. And we wanted just to recognize her here. In Paris, we had lots of elements that showed up, but we missed you. But she's a wonderful representative for the beloved nihonium, and we thank her. We missed you. And the last element, of course, you can see, Oganesson was announced, and this was just a major last 6. Great. I'll show you a little bit of, that's the big stage. And so we finally got to complete the table of elements of younger chemists in Paris. I don't have a pointer, but everybody got up on stage, including all of the laboratory people who were there, and it was a wonderful event. If you weren't there, I thought I'd give you a little bit of the last announcement. And now it was finally complete. So it's a wonderful activity. We are actually talking and working, and will solicit ideas as to how to make this sustainable. What do we do with the unique set of 118 outstanding young people to keep that together, to be doing other things in the future, and perhaps do it again, but not just yet. So I wanted to thank you for your attention. If you have any questions or you want some more information, please let me know. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have during lunch, because I know I'm in between now and lunch. Thank you.
So next we have 3 speakers on the IYPT activities and exhibitions from Russia and Taiwan and from Japan. And there's a small change in the printed version of the program. And the next we have a presentation from Alexei Koklov. He's a vice president of Russian Academy of Science. So he talks about the IYPT2019 activities in Russia. So please, let's welcome. Let's welcome.
So dear colleagues, thank you very much. Still good morning. My mission is to tell you about the activities of the International Year of Periodic Table in Russia. You have seen you have a lot of events all over the world, but of course in Russia it was also a lot of very interesting events, including scientific conferences, exhibitions like the exhibition which you have seen here at the place of the closing ceremony, but also a lot of interactive exhibitions, some events for younger generation like science festival, or for school children, the congresses of teachers in chemistry. In the total it was about 800 different events inside Russia dedicated to the International Year of Periodic Table of Elements. One of the most important events was the Mendeleev Congress, which took place in September in St. Petersburg. This was a major international event. More than 4,000 participants from 60 countries, and the program included all fields of chemistry. It was very interesting scientifically, and also a lot of different events dedicated to the International Year was discussed at this Congress. One of the very important results of the International Year of Periodic Table is the establishment of the Mendeleev Prize. The first two Mendeleev prizes will be awarded already next year, and we hope this will be in the row of most important international prizes in fundamental sciences. Well, I think that it's better not to speak about the events in Russia, but to see how they were taking place. We prepared a short movie, and you can see now what was happening in Russia during this year. Please, can you switch on the movie?
Очень важно, что наша страна выступила инициатором ввода периодической таблицы химических элементов, и это предложение было единогласно поддержано всем международным сообществом.
И совместное празднование 150-летия периодической таблицы химических элементов как дань общего уважения научного мира трудам и заслугам Дмитрия Менделеева еще раз это подтверждает.
Сердечно поздравляю с началом большого события Международного года периодической таблицы химических элементов Дмитрия Ивановича Менделеева.
Такого, я не знаю, бывает ли в какой-то другой науке, чтобы через 150 лет была такая огромная интрига научная. Как это вообще дальше будет?
революции – это восстановление исторической справедливости. И вот спустя 150 лет весь мир говорит о том, что это достояние человечества, что это одно из величайших открытий.
Я думаю, что год таблицы Менделеева очень хорошая возможность для нас, для всех, чтобы показать, как важна химия для жизни.
On October 21st, 2019, in Paris, UNESCO decided to establish the Dmitri Mendeleev International Prize for Achievement in Fundamental Science. This new award, named after the great Russian scientist Dmitri Ivanovich Mendeleev, was established in order to recognize and reward outstanding achievements in development, dissemination of information, and international cooperation in the fundamental sciences, which have had a significant transformative effect on a regional or global scale.
So, thank you for the attention, and I would like to give the gifts. So, periodic table of elements produced in our country for the chairman of this session, and for the whom, yeah. Yeah, you have it. With my, thank you very much. Thank you. Now, another one? Wow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's thank the speakers. So, Professor Koklov, thank you very much. Let's thank. So, next we have a presentation from Mei-Hyun Cho from Taiwan. She's a distinguished professor of the Graduate Institute of Science Education of National Taiwan Normal University. And she's also one of the executive committee member of IUPAC. And she talks about IYPT in Taiwan. So let's welcome Mei-Hyun Cho.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be here to share some of the activities happened in Taiwan. And on behalf of National Taiwan Normal University and the chemical societies located in Taipei, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Thanks to the organizing committee from Japan. 2 years ago, I had a dream to celebrate this big event globally. But I also want to celebrate this big event locally. So I was wondering what might be the channels for me to deliver this greater event with the local people. And one of the things I thought about was that, okay, most of the chemists here are fun and passionate to chemistry. But if we look at the public, no, they have negative image and the perceptions about chemistry, explosion, toxicity, everything. So I was thinking maybe I should work with the museums and try to attract a lot of people to come to the museum. So I started with one museum. And then it's like just I planted a seed, and there are more and more schools and museums contact me, and they like to have their exhibitions from our products. So today I'm going to show you a movie clips about what we did for their exhibition. So, and this happens in the National Taiwan Science Education Center. Yes, please. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Just be patient. The Mendeleev was composed with 118 elements. And you could see this exhibition at the exhibition area. Oops. Jumps over. And these are the students' perceptions of the periodical table. We work with the teachers and ask the art and the chemistry teacher to work with the students. And hopefully they were able to present them. It's like, oh, it's done? Okay. So it seems a faster speed. I haven't finished yet. Yeah. So basically, we introduced the international periodical table as well as some of the products from the young kids, because as you said, we need to plant these seeds earlier on when they were in the schools. So later on, they will be scientifically literate for our societies. So after, as I mentioned that after this exhibition for 3 months, from June, July to August, there were other places from Taiwan contact me. So now the exhibition items has been to several places. And now this is not the end, just as the other guest also mentioned that we are going to have these exhibitions across the island from now to the, it will be a sustainable project. And when we want to reach the periodical table to all the students. And of course, periodical table is the totem of chemistry. So everybody needs to know about that. And I'm also very honored to receive this award from IUPAC. It's the Nobelian Context Award. So it is really a recognition for us, and we are very happy to share all these results with you. So as you see on the right-hand side, it's like this kind of the design. And you have 6 phases with the atomic number, and where the element will be at this part, and all the others are the history of science and the distinguished experiments in the world. So, and the last one is the students' drawing. So you could see all these at the exhibition area. And besides those exhibitions, we also work with some schools to deliver some of the chemistry experiments. And also the museum distribute some of the minerals to link the minerals with the chemical elements. So this is what we have. And on top of these activities, there was another big event which we called the Wikithon. That means we want to reach the website of Wikipedia in Chinese. So we started working with high school teachers and high school students and asked them how to make the quality of the Wikipedia better. So this event was highly recognized by a lot of teachers. And we have other events as well. So these are the 3 examples of the students' products. So as you can see, the Mendeleevian, the students draw the glasses as M, and the earphone represents the D. And in front of his clothes, that's the old periodical table developed by Mendeleev. And you could also see the radioactivities on his left arm. And for nihonium, it's also really show the elements of Japan. So we ask the kids to use their creativities for this kind of design. But via these activities, they also got the chance to know about the nature of chemistry. So we thought this is really like the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and the mathematics, but also including the arts. And then this is the upcoming events will be happened next week. We decorated the subway cabinets from the space to the solar energy panels. So these are kind of the elements in our daily life. And there is another exhibitions will be in the subway as well. So this would be something in your food that also deals with chemical elements. So from this one, the public could go to the corner to sit with Mendeleev and Madame Curie. So I think we are very happy to launch this next week. So this trend will last for 2.5 months in Taipei. So we are very enthusiastic to see how the public react on that. And we also have some Q&A on the window. So the public could, use the QR code and look at the questions and answer it. So it's really like to make the chemistry friendly, and they will start showing their appreciation to chemistry. So we thought this is a very friendly way to introduce chemistry to the public. And finally, I would like to show you this one, which is the chemical elements are everywhere. So we did this in November. We had the IYPT in Taiwan shown on the Tower 101. It's just happened to have 101 and the beautiful linkages between our tower and the periodical table chemical elements. So next week we will have another show on the Taipei 101 again to recognize the contribution of chemistry to the world, and also to enhance the quality of humankind. So I think that's what I'm going to share with you. So thank you very much, and please visit our exhibition booth. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll have a final presentation for this morning. So we will accept a presentation from Mr. Yoji Hisamatsu. He belongs to Ehime Prefectural Science Museum in Ehime, and he's a vice chair for the expert subcommittee of the Executive Committee for IYPT 2019 in Japan, and he talks on the IYPT Japan exhibition highlights. So let's welcome Mr. Yoji Hisamatsu.
Hello everyone, my name is Yoji Hisamatsu. I'm a curator at the Science Museum of Ehime Prefecture. Since I was in charge of the Japanese exhibition, I would like to introduce it. The first characteristic of our Japanese exhibition is that introduce various interesting periodicity tables. You can also see the beginning periodic table and the first periodic table with scientific information, and periodic table introduce new technology. This gold medal is real gold made by recycling the urban mine. It is a topic at Tokyo Olympic next year. The actual materials are not just gold from urban mines. You can see all elements except radioactive elements, and you can enjoy a picture of beautiful elements. In addition, you discover many things in the minerals and discover the elements. These minerals is related to the element discovery of the Japanese chemist. Masataka Ogawa is the first chemist to discover element in Asia. He studied in William Ramsay Laboratory at London University College. And Ogawa discovered a new element, nipponium, from tritonite and molybdenite. However, after that, nobody traced the Ogawa's discovery. The nipponium had been treated as a phantom element. In 1996, re-evaluation of Ogawa's research by Professor Kenji Yoshihara revealed the Ogawa's element was rhenium. Later, this finding was supported by additional physical evidence. The Japan exhibition also introduced X-ray analysis results. Masataka Ogawa is now regarded as the first Asian discoverer who had found pioneering 75th element rhenium. We also have exhibitions that focus on the relationship between element and Japan. This is the notation of elements in Edo period. Of course, nihonium is on display in detail. We would like to see the work of contemporary Japanese periodic table artists. They are participating today too. It's also a rare chance to take a two-shot photo with them. Please don't miss it. The artist's work is in your bag. This is a Japanese fan with a periodic table on both sides. By assembling this sheet of paper, you can make a periodic table bar. It is compact and interesting motion. If you want to make your own, please go to the artist corner. We have hands-on exhibitions. This is a device that expresses a covalent bond by the motion of an iron ball. This is a card for stamp rally. Let's go around 5 spots in the exhibition hall. Completing the stamps makes a nice periodic table card. This exhibition has been entertaining various people all over Japan. Everyone who comes today will be satisfied. Today we will have special science demonstration, discover new ways to enjoy the periodic table and the elements at the Japanese exhibition. We are waiting at the exhibition hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So this is the end of this IYPT activity session. So before moving to lunchtime, let's thank again to all speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sakai. Once again, please give all the speakers a big round of applause. ありがとうございました。Now, this is a good time for a segment of refreshment. As you've heard from the speakers, today you have the chance to see the marvelous exhibitions that have come all the way from Russia and Taiwan. So I hope you enjoy exploring those exhibition booths during lunch break. And the afternoon session will start from 2 p.m., so please come back before that. So enjoy your lunch break.
could you see scissors?
Yes, I see scissors. No. Ah, yes.
And put it and step back, please. Because, experiment here. You can see the reaction.
So real.
Okay, three. Take this. I like this. Really? Wow.
Thank you very much. Really?
今までなかったですよ。初めて。なんで、それでテストの上にあるのが、科学者か物理学者によって違うんです。物理学者はリチウムの上にみたいですけど。
Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session of the closing ceremony of IYPT 2019. I am Rachel Chan, your MC for this afternoon as well. We will start the afternoon with IYPT events in the world, where we will hear about events related to IYPT that have been held around the world. Please welcome Professor Jan Rudijk, co-chair of the Inter-Union Management Committee, IYPT 2019, who will chair this session.
Good afternoon. Minasama, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to chair this small session with events from all over the world. Of course, we also had some of these events already mentioned briefly and intensely this morning, because this is the main activity of the IYPT 2019, and the program organizers decided to have a morning session and an afternoon session. What we will do is I will give first an introduction with some slides and some overviews. After that, there will be a video summary of the events reported worldwide. These will be presented by our manager, Frank Zekeris. He has been assisting the management committee since the beginning, and he is in charge of having made this video and doing many other things, as you can imagine, maintaining the website, maintaining the world map, etc. Then we decided to have one country highlighted, which was not presented already this morning, where very many activities have been held and are still ongoing in India. Dr. Bipal Saha will speak on that. And another IUPAC activity will be presented by Professor Chris Brett, dealing with the periodic table challenge. And last but not least, we will have a story by Brigitte van Tichelen on the periodic table in women chemistry. On the world map, which you have seen already in several representations this morning, there are over 500 reported celebrations in about 80 countries. and the color code explains whether they still have to come or not. Seeing all these activities in the room here, we know there are many more activities that have not yet been reported because people are too modest or too shy to report. But, as you will hear from Mr. Sekeris, the website will be transferred to a permanent website after April next year. And that means if an activity is there, it will be there till eternity. So, use your chance. I will mention a few celebrations by the chemical societies. Some are indeed very large. International unions. And of course also several individual activities, as you have seen already, many in the room behind us here from Japan. We've had that. It all started in Paris, the opening ceremony, in which the technical details were done by the Science Festival from Russia. Major countries and organizations. I mentioned the American Chemical Society. They had already the chance to mention their activities this morning. There's a website there. No need to copy it because it's on the IYPT website as well. The Chinese Chemical Society was already mentioned, but I come back to the big exhibition. The OIGMS, again, the educational part and the scarcity of the elements is to be repeated. Then I have 3 presentations. The Japanese Chemical Society and the activities in here, the closing ceremony and all the events in the back of the room here. The Mendeleev Chemical Society had a chance to speak already. The big event, one of the biggest conferences I've attended ever in St. Petersburg. The Royal Society of Chemistry was also mentioned, and the rest of the world will be coming up in the video that you will see after my introduction. The exhibition in China, really big one. It was already mentioned. Before Mendeleev, after Mendeleev, chemistry teaching and understanding and change the world. In St. Petersburg, they had an artist playing the role of Mendeleev, and you can guess who that is, together with the Tsar and the Tsarina, I believe. Celebrations by chemical societies. I need to mention here also that the Mendeleev Chemical Society has the UNESCO Russia Prize in Basic Sciences and started only a few weeks ago the Google educational project Mendeleev Explains. In China, Peking, I think it was not mentioned this morning, but there is a new periodic table song produced. The web link that you see here will be posted on the website of the IYPT. The China Taipei, you've heard from Mei Hung already this morning, and the German Chemical Society, also a very large chemical society, unable to attend today. They want to mention that they organized a big conference on transactinides. But not only in big international societies, also in other countries. Here I have a major event in Tanzania where a green chemistry school was made, and you see periodic table activities listed there as well. Now I come to the scientific unions. UPEC, you've heard Dr. Sobi, you will hear Professor Brett in a minute. The IUPEP has also several activities, of course, not so many as chemists, and the astronomers have the same, but their website with activities are listed here and again will be made available to you. The European Chemical Society was mentioned with 2 websites here, and the individuals, I think I've seen in David Cole Hamilton's talk also the picture of the macrame periodic table, handmade in many, many hours. And on the bottom line you see here, apologies if your favorite element or event was not mentioned. Therefore we made the rotating slide show that you have seen before you came in here and also this morning. And even then, if you are not listed there with your favorite element, accept our apologies. This one you have seen, no need to repeat that. I was very pleased to learn this morning already in 32 languages. This is the official UPEC periodic table. I think it has to be shown at least once in today. But if you think this is the only one, go to this website here. There is a gentleman in London, Mark Leeds. He has kept record on a good website in a database, accessible. And you see at the bottom, you see here about 14 blocks of things you can click on that website, and you find the most beautiful periodic tables you will ever see. Now I have a few things on selection, actually on buildings, walls, cars, cakes, etc. Applications in products you've seen also in the room behind here, in the Science Festival exhibition, catalysis, smartphones, living organism, drugs, etc. The shows for children by 1001 Inventions should not be forgotten, of course. That's a very interesting and very active and inspiring international organization. I will show a few slides in a minute. The history of element discoveries is also listed on many websites indeed. Philatelistics and boxes with real elements also here. Here is 1001 Inventions in Paris, but I've done the show also in China. They've done the show in Moscow, and most recently they did a show in Berlin. For school children of different ages, they show the fascinating of science, including the periodic table. Then, of course, all kinds of periodic tables that were invented. Go to our website and you'll find there a huge selection of periodic tables that are available. Proposals have come to us for differently shaped periodic tables, telling that Mendeleev was completely wrong, but it should be done this and that way. All these people we tell, please write a scientific paper to a physics journal and explain what you can. If that is accepted, you can come back to us. But we are not going to publish that. Buildings, you've seen already on the introductory slides. Competitions in schools, singing, naming all the 118 elements in sequence in a correct way. Schools in India have done that. Artistic periodic tables devoted to applications, and a few examples. This one you have seen already in the introduction, so I can go quick, but this one is not shown. This was made by a prisoner in a certain part of a certain country. They had the competition for art, and this one was the winner. He made the periodic table of ice. By the way, you could see that it is in prison. If you see on top of the green part, you see the wire to make sure that the prisoner will not escape. In the Science Festival Hall, you see also these elements in small boxes. I'm happy to advertise that because the company is Dutch. Major journals like Science and Nature, etc., they had periodic table celebration attentions on the front cover. This one you have seen already on the screen from the school in Pamplona. This one was mentioned this morning. All the 100. This one is a new one. You can buy boxers, and you can also teach small children already to understand the periodic table, apparently. The cupcakes in several places. Medicinal applications. It's a very nice periodic table in teaching bioinorganic chemistry, for instance. So I'm coming to the close of my introduction with a few final remarks. First of all, what will follow after today? The hardware species will go to the Science Museum in London. That will not necessarily say they will store them every day, but they collect them and they put them on display every now and then. So you have something beautiful physically, don't hesitate to send it. Information is on the website, as you see here. We will archive the websites that are available now, the web pages, I should say, at the IUPAC archives. And a final written report has to be made to UNESCO, which will be ready in the first quarter of 2020, I hope. That will go to the founding organizations and to our sponsors who have generously supported several events and activities. Here are our international supporters all listed. We have the founding partners, the international scientific unions. We have the public engagement partners, the 1001 Invention and the All Russian Science Festival. 1001 is not here, but the All Science Russian Festival is the second hall. It's full of activities, and they deserve many thanks and congratulations for their activities. I learned from some of the co-workers there that they have been already in almost 20 places showing such a all-Russian science festival, including inside Russia. The sponsors are listed there, and of course in the top right corner there is Mendeleev, because without him we would have not been here today. In the acknowledgements I want to extend, and I think this is the best occasion to do so, my colleague Natalia, we have been co-chairing this. It is less than 2 years ago she and IUPAC invited me to become also a co-chair. It has been 2 fascinating years, and not yet finished. We have to go on till about April. But I want to thank Natalia for her inspiration, for her collaboration, and for her strong will, if needed, to convince certain people there, where I was unable to convince certain people. So thank you very much. We worked 2 years mainly by phone and sometimes Skype. We have met each other only at 5 different meetings on this occasion, but I'm very happy that we were a good team, according to my perception, and I'm sure you feel about the same. So thank you very much for that. The second acknowledgement is to my next speaker, Frank. Frank is paid by the Chemical Society, and 1 day a week he is paid by the management committee to maintain the website, to do the correspondence. Hundreds of emails reach the IYPT2019 group with interesting questions, and he arranges that and sends them on to the relevant people. So Frank also thanks for that, and this is at the same time the good opportunity to introduce you to the stage, to introduce your video movie that you made from activities, but now it's more in a living way than the simple slides that I could show. Please.
Thank you for the nice introduction, Jan. First of all, I would like to, it's been an honor to participate in this project, working with Professor Jan Redijk and with Professor Natalia Tarasova. So thank you for providing me with this great opportunity. Jan already displayed in his presentation that we have a lot of big national and international organizations celebrating the periodic table with large events. And there were also smaller events ranging from a single person to a single primary school. And we tried to incorporate all these different events in one single movie. And well, I think it's just time to look at a bit of the events we have done throughout the year. We have seen other people do, and that were registered on the website. If you haven't already on the website, as Jan said, if you want your activities to go in Last for Eternity, please register on our website, www.IYPT2019.org. And now I think it's time to watch the video. Dozo Goran Kudasai.
Fantastic exposition for this event in UNESCO, but most impressive one.
Thank you very much, Frank. That was a very nice compilation, and video shows, I was told, should never be longer than 5 minutes, and I think it was well below that limit. Now we go to the next short contribution. I'm inviting Professor Bipal Saha to enter the stage and explain his slides from the activities that have taken place in India. Please.
Good afternoon. I would first of all like to thank International Management Committee of IYPT 2019 and also the Executive Committee of IYPT Japan for inviting me to make this presentation on IYPT activities in India. We had a large number of programs in India to celebrate IYPT, and it was throughout the country. After lunch, there is a tendency to fall asleep, but I will not allow you to fall asleep during my presentation. So the IYPT kickoff meeting was held on 2nd August 2018, and it was held at the, this is the NSL Industries R&D Center. I am the director of this research institute. This is near the city of Hyderabad. And there we had a meeting, and elaborate plan was made to implement IYPT 2019 in India. So the inaugural program was held on 2nd January 2019. So when whole world was celebrating New Year, so we took our day to do the first program of IYPT in India, and the program had the quiz competition on periodic table and Mendeleev. So you can see the participants of the quiz, all young chemists who participated. Then we also invited the school students to make speech on Mendeleev. So you can see one young girl student presenting life of Mendeleev. So there are many more such presentations by the school students. Then we thought that we should interact with the industry. So the next program was held on 9th January, where top executives of the chemical industry were present. That was held in New Delhi at the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I delivered a speech on life and works of Mendeleev and IYPT 2019 and sought the cooperation of the chemical industry for the IYPT 2019 celebrations in India. Then very next day on 10th January, we had a program in Bombay where delegates were the senior executives of the Indian chemical industry. This is the commercial capital of India, so a lot of people came to attend this program. Then we thought that we will involve the school students because our next generation must be aware of the benefits of chemistry. So we had a program celebrating 150 years of Mendeleev's periodic table. And as you know, this is also the IUPAC centenary and 75 years of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. It's a premier chemistry institute in India. Every year about 100 students get their PhD degree either in chemistry or in chemical engineering from this institute. So here we invited the school students to participate in IYPT program. So highlight of the program was quiz on the periodic table. You can see that students from different schools participating in the quiz competition. And these are the participants. About 100 students from about 30 schools participated in this program. And you can see that periodic table was distributed to all the students, and they are holding their periodic tables. Then we invited a foreign speaker, Professor Sasson Sheikh. He is from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He gives a very interesting speech. The periodic table, a universal icon, its birth 150 years ago, and its popularization through literature, art, and music. So it was a very interesting speech. And then after the program, the students of our city, Hyderabad, they presented a very beautiful chorus song on periodic table. Then, as Ian mentioned, we had a periodic table memory contest. That is, can you tell all the 118 elements from memory, from 1 to 118. One is that in ascending orders of atomic number, along periods and along groups, and also in the reverse way. So that is quite challenging. And believe me, some of the students did everything correct. And this boy got the first prize and this girl got the second prize in that periodic table memory contest. Then, to generate interest, we conducted chemical magic. Just now you saw some of these magics in the video. So we also conducted some chemical magic show. So you can see our chemist magicians and participants are school children. They really enjoyed the show. Then we went to South India. India is a vast country, so we have program all over India. This is in South India. Celebration of IYPT 2019, chemical elements through our lives. So on 13th and 14th August 2019, the program was held. Here we can see that they have students have drawn a nice photo of Mendeleev, and they are standing, they are sitting alongside that photo. You can look at this boy, how he's enjoying. Okay. So in that program, we had periodic table song. This is a chorus song on periodic table and elements. We had a dance on the periodic table, and we had a drama on Mendeleev. Okay, so students from first standard to 10th standard, about 500 students participated. Each student of all the classes participated in this celebration. So we can see all the students participating in that program, either delivering speeches or participating in a drama. Then we organized a science fair on periodic table, and it was jointly organized by the Royal Society of Chemistry London, India chapter, then Indian Institute of Chemical Technology and Whiteboard Ventures. 200 delegates from 58 schools participated. So the students made a lot of interesting models on periodic table. So this is the group of the students and teachers who participated in this program. And very interesting models were created by these students. So, and some of the elements also, and distribution of the elements in India. So some more models of the elements and the periodic table are made by the students. Then we had a program, Tamil Nadu state level IYPT celebration. This was held in NGP school, Coimbatore on 8th November. So 250 students from 35 schools participated in this program. There are 4 major events: quiz on the periodic table, recitation of 118 elements from memory, innovative depiction of periodic table, and reveal the significance of periodic table on other branches of science. So we can see the students participating in different types of models, and they had got very interesting models. So for example, this was periodic table by artificial intelligence. So in the periodic table, they had kept some spaces blank, and there was a robot, and they will give some instruction to the robot. So the robot will pick up the right element from here and put it in the right place. And then there was a periodic table for the blind people or visually impaired people. That is a braille type of periodic table. So that was also made by the students. So this was on 8th November. And then we had the quiz competition on the periodic table, so you can see, and periodic table from memory contest. Now, we thought that we will also reach to a wider audience by publishing articles on Mendeleev and 150 years anniversary of the periodic table. So we wrote some detailed article on that, and then it was published by almost all reputed magazines of India in the chemical field. So this is a chemical news magazine, very respected magazine, which is read by the managing directors, presidents, vice presidents of the chemical industry. And the cover page of the February issue had Mendeleev's photo on the cover page, and then we had a very detailed write-up on the Mendeleev's life and his periodic table. And we invited press in many of these programs so that whole event gets widely covered. So most of the events are covered by the local press. So this is one such article, reports published in Chemical Weekly on 9th January. So like that, all the events have been covered in important chemical magazines in India. So these are some of the different ways we have celebrated IYPT 2019 in India. Due to paucity of time, I could not show many other events which have taken place. It is just a glimpse of the events. IYPT 2019 gave us an opportunity to highlight the importance of chemistry in our life and also for the peace and prosperity of the mankind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saha. You're not a small country, but there are lots of activities, and I think we are glad we selected India to be a representative example. Now I'm going to invite Professor Christopher Brett to the stage to say about one particular aspect that IUPAC did to celebrate the periodic table, 150 years.
Thank you very much. That was very impressive to see what's been done in one country. I'm going to tell you about one of the activities that IUPAC itself has organised this year for IYPT and also to celebrate the centenary that you heard about this morning from Dr. Lin Sobey. And it's the periodic table challenge, Get in Your Element. And so this is something that we devised to transcend borders and to be available to everybody. We had an inclination that it would be a success several years before. If you remember, when the last elements that we have, the latest, were announced, it made headline news in the newspapers all around the world. And I remember talking to my students in the university, first-year students, about this. And, of course, all young people have distractions. but there was complete concentration. So this showed to me, and I've heard similar stories from others, that really this was something that it was worth pursuing. So the periodic challenge is a series of questions, and we'll see how it was devised. There was a core team, Javier Garcia, Jan Apoteca, and Yuris Meyer. It was questions, so the facts had to be checked, and core planning, of course, and web design. And so this started in January 2019. It's still ongoing until the end of the year. Let's see what happened. But first of all, let's see what it involved. So it says here, we have here the sequence which is followed. You pick an element, then you test your knowledge with the challenge. And if you get enough answers right, there are 15 questions. If you get 9 right, you get a certificate. That's what do well means. Then you can advance to the Nobelium contest, where you can win a limited edition periodic table that's autographed for you by a Nobel laureate. So this is the Nobelium contest. And so here on the right, you can see the position of different elements about 2 weeks ago when I took this off the website. So a lot of people are choosing Mendeleevium. Hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, xenon. This has not really changed throughout the year. So if you look here at the end of January, we see that we already had over 100 countries participating, 20,000, 7,000 tests, 4,000 certificates. And you can see all the hashtags on the right for people having conversations on this. So already 100 countries. The position later on, not so long ago, was 131 countries. It's now 134. 60,000 tests, 8,000 certificates, and there's been a Chinese translation of the test, and we'll come back to that in 1 second. But here we are with 131 countries. It's really covering almost everywhere that we would think of, except maybe a few regions of the globe. So here we have a little more information about the Chinese challenge. Over 30,000 tests taken to date. So this is the Chinese PT challenge. And here we have some special information. This was just over 1 week ago, where we see country number 133 appearing, and the country is Antarctica. And so we can see here some of the Twitter that was done at that point on the 133rd country, Antarctica. Obviously, it doesn't appear on the maps. Some interesting information. It's just curiosities. People chose to play Francium from France. Of course, I guess these were young people mainly. Dubnium from Russia. Ruthenium also from Russia, because the Latin for Russia is Ruthenia. People from New Zealand as Rutherfordium, given the fact that Rutherford was born in New Zealand. And from Latvia, Livermorium, because its symbol is the country code. And we could come up with many other sorts of interesting facts of this nature. So, the winners go on to the Nobelium contest, where the winners are invited to share passion and creativity about chemistry to win this limited edition periodic table that I mentioned a few minutes ago. And so there were many types of entry: songs, stories, crosswords, poems, paintings, postcards, websites, evening dresses. And you see here flashing on the right, rather faster than I hoped it would be, some of the entries. And as you can see, they're extremely diverse. Some of these pictures we have seen before in other presentations. So 13 chemistry Nobel laureates agreed to support this. And so the entries, 130 entries from 28 countries, 60,000 views, and the winners come from countries all over the world. So these are individual winners, so sometimes the countries appear more than once in the table. Perhaps you can find your country. And so these are some of the winners that we can see here. The interesting first one, recycling T-shirts. So this, in the sustainable development context, and recycling is extremely interesting message to give to the younger people. And we see here on the right, in the first row, another recycling entry. And again, this is just a sample of what we have been able to see. So how can this point us to the future? So certainly people have been energized to look into the chemical elements to see what they do for us. With over 130 countries involved. IUPAC does not have that number of national adhering organizations. So we are reaching out to the whole world. This is a first lesson. So it shows that we can and should invest in similar activities in the future, and obviously what will be kept on the website from this year is extremely important, thinking of that. And so it's also a viable entry point. It says here for future IUPAC leaders, but let's put it in a slightly different way. Future leaders in chemistry, academics, industry. And so obviously we are looking towards the young people at this point, but don't forget that you also can become part of the challenge. If you haven't done the challenge already, then please do so. You have another 3 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Brett. The next and last speaker in this session is not the least one, Brigitte van Tegelen. She will address women in the periodic table and maybe even more about the history of the periodic table. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jan. Is the presentation? Oh, wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, let me first thank the management committee of IYPT and committee for the closing ceremony here in Japan for having me here this afternoon. It is an honor and also an immense pleasure to have the opportunity to participate to this closing ceremony as we reflect together on the numerous and varied activities that were held during this International Year of the Periodic Table of Chemical Elements. I am a historian of science working with the Science History Institute based in Philadelphia in the United States, but it is in my capacity as representative of the International Union of History and Philosophy of Science and Technology that I'm addressing you this afternoon. The IYPT marks an important step for us. While there was often a historical component to international years, this is the first occurrence in which historians and philosophers of science have been fully on board of an international year devoted to a scientific theme. Historians of science, and I mean both historians and philosophers of science, responded enthusiastically as they were asked to support the application for the IYPT with UNESCO, and historians of science have shared their expertise and experience, as we will further hear from my colleagues José Ramón and Renaud in the next session. Because 2019 celebrates the first publication and presentation of the periodic system by Dmitri Ivanovich Mendeleev 150 years ago, the historical aspect was present in most activities across the world, as we have seen in many of the presentations. And furthermore, among the many meetings held in History of Science Circle, let me mention in passing the special session during the IUPAC Congress in Paris in July and the satellite symposium in St. Petersburg in the frame of the Mendeleev Congress on General and Applied Chemistry. In the time left, I would like to reflect in more depth on a few activities in connection with another ongoing inter-union collaboration, the gender gap in science. Indeed, a very innovative part of the history of science effort during the IYPT was devoted to women and their contribution to the periodic system. A meeting about which you also heard of already, addressing specifically the contribution of women to the periodic table and the knowledge of its element, opened the year on 11 and 12 February, starting on the International Day for Women and Girls in Science. This international symposium that was titled Setting Their Table, Women and the Periodic Table of Elements, was held in Murcia and demonstrated the presence of women and girls in the history of development and the filling of the periodic table, but also stretched toward the present and the future and celebrated the achievement of women in chemistry today. Traditional accounts on the history of the periodic system do, in fact, not mention many women, and yet many contributed. To counter this traditional perspective, a project of a collective volume was set up in which women and their work would be presented, and this came out as the collective volume Women in Their Elements, edited by my colleague Annette Lickness, who's there in the room, and myself, and it presents 38 chapters on such women, their work on elements, and their contribution to the building and the understanding of the periodic system. Some of them are worldly renowned, such as Marie Curie. To a lesser extent, people can name Lise Meitner, Irène Joliot-Curie, or sometimes even Ida Noddack. Among element discoverers, which is surprising, Marguerite Perret is often forgotten. Likewise, the experimental work of Stephanie Horowitz, who established the existence of isotopes, and she remains mostly unknown. Even more obscure is the contribution of Harriet Brooks, whose research under Ernest Rutherford concluded that radium elimination was an element that would later be called radon. And also really unknown, only known in very specific circles, is the analytical work of Yulia Lermontova, who struggled to invent methods to separate the platinum metal on the special request of Mendeleev. These are but a few examples of the stories told in that volume. Many of you might not be aware of this, but 2019 is also the International Year of Indigenous Languages. This has struck me since the beginning of IYPT. The contrast between the celebration of local languages and the celebration of what is probably the most international language there is, the periodic system, which can be shared and understood everywhere on Earth. Indeed, one finds periodic tables in every place on Earth where science is taught, and here is a picture of a wall in a secondary school in Ethiopia. The chemists among us will date it back to a time where the naming of elements yet to be discovered was strange, like unilunium, that was to become Mendeleevium. But the historians are challenged by the larger picture. On the side of the periodic table, two figures are to be found, representing key moments in the history of chemistry. Friedrich Wöhler, presented as the father of organic chemistry, and John Dalton, the father of the atomic theory. So here in the middle of Ethiopia are represented two founding fathers of a chemistry that is taught to the Ethiopian children. Both are Westerners and white men. How do we connect the stories of science, which are globally shared, and the local experience? And what can history of science contribute to that process? The research devoted to women has uncovered many mothers, beside fathers, of the periodic system and its development. And while most of the chapters in the collective volume tell the story of Western white women, a chapter is devoted to Retha Clark King, who studied the combustion of gaseous fluorine compounds, and another one to Toshiko Maeda, whose mastership of mass spectrometry was crucial to the work of the laboratory where she was a technician and produced important results on oxygen isotopes. We definitely need to continue to collect such stories and to widen the picture by including the whole of the scientific people. Nowadays, full-fledged researchers, professors, and leaders of laboratories start to present a wider diversity in terms of gender, nationality and ethnicity, or social provenance than it is depicted on the outer wall of this Ethiopian school I showed you. However, for many centuries, most of this growing diversity was absent or invisible. History of science can bring back the full picture of science in all its diversity and work towards inclusion. This is the valuable lesson learned from the focus on women and the periodic system. And as I conclude, I would like to express my gratefulness to the kingpin of the IYPT, Jan Redek, and Natalia Tarasova. Natalia was furthermore kind enough to write a foreword to the book, as well as Pilar Goya from the European Chemical Society. Their encouragement and support meant a lot to the whole enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Brigitte. This concludes the, so to say, festivities, the celebration summaries that we have had this year. And I think we will have a music intermission before we go to the last part of the symposium. But I can't see the organizers, but I think they will do the announcement for the musicians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Redijk. Next, please welcome Ms. Hitomi Kawai and Ms. Naoko Sasaki and Ms. Megumi Nakanomori back on stage. They will play a medley of Japanese songs. They chose to perform traditional Japanese songs, which represents vary of 4 seasons in Japan. Please enjoy the beauty of our seasons from each tone. Japanese 4 seasons songs, arranged by Kei Majima.
No Oh
you so much for the beautiful, beautiful harmony. That was Miss Hitomi Kawai and Miss Naoko Sasaki and Miss Megumi Nakanomori on piano. Thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thanks to the sincere efforts made by the chemists and physicists, we have been successful in filling all the vacancies in the periodic table by the end of 2016. We learn in this session how the chemical elements were discovered by chemical and physical methods. Please welcome Professor Yoshiteru Maeno, professor at Kyoto University, who will chair this session.
Thank you, Rachel, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and girls and boys. I'm Yoshi Maeno, and I'm a physicist at Kyoto University, studying superconducting materials. And so I myself is an inventor of a three-dimensional periodic table, which is on display in the exhibition hall. So following the encouragement by Jan Liedig, Professor Jan Liedig, let me briefly show my periodic table, which reproduces Mendeleev's law while using the modern arrangement of the elements. Okay, so this session is on the discovery of chemical elements. And our first speaker is Professor Jose Ramon Beltrami Sanchez. He is a professor at the University of Valencia, Spain. And he will tell us about the arrangements and discoveries of elements in the 19th century and early 20th century. And since he is not available in Tokyo today, so he will deliver his talk in a video. So please welcome Professor Beltrami Sanchez.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizer for having me so honored to participate in this scientific event, this closing ceremony of the International Year of the Periodic Table, celebrating 150th year of the Periodic Table presented by Dmitri Mendeleev in a meeting of the Russian Chemical Society in 1869. Terribly sorry for being unable to attend the meeting, so I'm giving the presentation in this video, and I will be very pleased to answer any question or comment by email. My talk is about chemical classifications in action. It's based on recent historical research on the periodic system during the 19th century. Historical research such as this joint research project developed by the great Japanese historian of chemistry, the late Professor Masanori Kaji, who coordinated a large research project in which I was honored to be on board, a project which has been published by Oxford University Press 4 years ago. My point is to show that the making of the periodic table was and is the result of a collective work mostly developed in classrooms. It reaches beyond one person, even a genius such as Mendeleev, and one point in space and time. Many of the protagonists were unknown until recent times, such as the group of women working in different issues related to the periodic system at the beginning of the 20th century, a group which has been recently studied in a collective book edited by Annette Lickness and Brigitte van Tickler. Many other invisible chemists, men and women, classify and predicted elements before and after Dmitri Mendeleev's periodic table. Many more chemists work in predicting and discovering new substances, and many essential theoretical and experimental ingredients of current periodic tables were unknown in the mid-19th century. Noble gases, radioactivity, isotopes, atomic number, subatomic particles, quantum mechanics, all these essential ingredients of periodic table were unknown in the mid-19th century. And before Mendeleev, many other periodic tables were suggested, as well as many successful and unsuccessful predictions of elements and atomic weights. In fact, most of the predicted elements in the 19th century, including some of the predictions of Mendeleev, here in this list organized by the historian Eric Serry, in which we have successful and unsuccessful market in red prediction made by Mendeleev. Many of these predictions were never discovered, or were elements that existed just for a while, were part of this group of lost elements described in the book by Marco Fontani, Maria Grazia Costa, and Maria Virginia Horner. Arranging elements and compounds have been a fundamental issue for chemists and alchemists since ancient times. Many authors, from several points of view, have attempted to find out family resemblances in the enormous amount of chemical substances. A large amount of theoretical and experimental work was done in the search of the order of things, using the famous title of the book written by Michel Foucault. In another pioneering book published in the 70s, the historian of chemistry, David Knight, described the long history of classification and how classifying work has been closely related to discovery and the naming of new elements and compounds. Discovering, naming, and classifying has been closely connected activities not only in alchemy and chemistry, but also in natural history and medicine. The connection was particularly important in chemistry after the reform of chemical terminology in late 18th century, in which the names of compounds were based on chemical elements, which were redefined in this period with the new concept of chemical element based on chemical analysis. The new concept of chemical element and chemical compound emerged through the 18th century, in part thanks to the affinity tables, which organized the information concerning chemical transformation in tables such as this one designed by Etienne François Diophard. We know that these tables were very different from periodic tables. Chemical names were employed, they included elements and compounds. The information was more about chemical reactions rather than properties of chemicals, as in modern tables. But affinity tables were employed for similar purposes as periodic tables. Let me just recall three similar features. First, like periodic tables, affinity tables were conceived for educational purposes, being one of the main didactic tools of 18th century chemistry. Second, affinity tables also serve to research and discovery of new elements and compounds. Many new data were added in the subsequent affinity tables published in the second half of the 18th century, such as this one designed by Tobler Berman. And third, as well as periodic table, affinity tables were icons of chemistry in popular culture. They were employed in fiction works such as this book by Johann Wolfgang Goethe on elective affinity, as well as periodic table was the main theme in the novel written by Primo Levi or by Oliver Sacks. Affinity tables disappeared from chemistry textbooks at the beginning of the 19th century, and new classifications were introduced, now based on the new concepts of chemical elements and chemical composition and the atomic theory and atomic weights, which were introduced by John Dalton. Along with these theoretical developments, by the beginning of the 19th century, new methods of chemical analysis, notably those based on electrochemical properties, encouraged the discovery of new families of elements such as alkaline metals, sodium, potassium, and new techniques such as spectroscopy in the middle of the 19th century provide new discoveries of elements. This increasing number of elements and compounds encouraged the making of new classification for educational or research purposes. In order to face such an increasing number of elements, new classifications were introduced before and after Mendeleev. It is well known that at the beginning of 19th century, Johann Wolfgang Döbereiner did identify a triad of elements with similar properties. Other triads were added over the following decades, indicating a growing awareness of possible groups of elements that had in common family resemblances in terms of chemical properties. And other authors expanded this idea during the next decades, such as Leopold Gmelin and John Baptiste Guillaume. Let's know that perhaps more important for the development of periodic table are the classification developed in classroom during the first half of the 19th century. I studied this classification with my colleagues Antonio García Berman and Bernadette Balsova in different papers published a decade ago. We saw that 19th century chemical classification were developed by professors of chemistry in the new institution for teaching chemistry in universities and other learned institutions. In more general terms, writers of chemistry textbooks have to determine the optimal combination between the order of things and the order of learning. They develop two strategies, the so-called natural and artificial classification. In the early 19th century, a group of teachers employed the so-called artificial classification, those based on one set of relevant properties, for instance, electrochemical properties, in the case of Jacob Berzelius, or the reaction with oxygen, which was the main criteria employed in French chemistry textbooks, thanks to the work of Jacques Tenard. He established a classification of metals in 6 sections, which was based on their reactions with water and oxygen at different temperatures. And this classification lasted in textbooks and classrooms for several decades until the end of the 19th century, even after the periodic table of Mendeleev. This classification served to organize the new metallic elements found in the middle of the 19th century with the help of spectroscopy. The second approach was supported by Marie-André Ampère and his followers. Ampère published in 1816 a memoir in the Annales de Chimie criticizing the overuse of oxygen in chemical classification. Instead, he suggested that chemists, following the example of naturalists, should design natural classification. Classification based on all characters and properties of the substances to be classified and opposed to the artificial classification based on one single character. Ampère made the first attempt at a natural classification of chemical elements in 1816, and he suggested a circular arrangement of chemical elements in which properties change gradually from one group to another. By the middle of the 19th century, many textbooks employ an hybrid classification in which metals were classified according to artificial classifications, that is, their reaction with oxygen, and non-metals were arranged following natural classification, that is, a set of different chemical properties. The result were families of elements which were very much similar to those employed by Mendeleev in his first periodic table. Mendeleev knew very well this hybrid classification because he translated into Russian one of the most famous French textbooks by Auguste Caus, in which this classification were employed and discussed in detail in a special chapter. This is the book by Auguste Caus, and this is the chapter which was translated into the Russian language by Mendeleev. When Mendeleev wrote his textbook on chemistry between 1868 and 1870, he had in mind the previous didactic work in classifying elements. He adopted this classification and added the atomic weight as an additional criteria for organizing the elements. Whether he had a dream or he played with cars when preparing the periodic table, he was another professor of chemistry looking for another of things. Like many others in the previous years who published similar periodic tables. I'm referring to authors like Lothar Meyer, Alexandre Berruyer-Champourtois, John Newlands, or William Oglin, among others. But let's back to Mendeleev periodic table. In this periodic table, Mendeleev predicted several elements. Here we can see the periodic table presented by Mendeleev in 1869, in which he predicted several elements like gallium, germanium, and scandium, and these predictions were successful, and that is one of the reasons of the success of this classification. But other predictions of this classification, like the change in the atomic weight of tellurium, were never accomplished. In order to compare this table with a modern periodic table, we need to turn over, and we can see the well-known groups of oxygen, of nitrogen, and others like alkali metals or halogens. But the history of periodic table doesn't end in 1869. New periodic tables were suggested and organized by the end of the 19th century with new contributions. Here we have one of the oldest periodic tables, which has been found recently in a British university. Or here we have this periodic table in a Japanese textbook written by Takamatsu Tokuyoko Kishi, which is perhaps one of the earliest periodic tables found in a Japanese textbook. New discoveries of elements happened at the end of the 19th century, notably the discovery of novel gases by William Ramsay. One of the collaborators of Ramsay in the London College laboratory was the Japanese chemist Masataga Ogawa, who announced the discovery of nipponium at the beginning of the 20th century. Nipponium was most probably the element later renamed as rhenium. It was in this place in the periodic table. He placed the nipponium in the place in which now is the technetium, but most probably this the discovered element was rhenium, according to the research of professors Kenji Yoshihara and Masanori Kai. Ogawa affirmed having isolated the new element from the different minerals he analyzed in England and Japan, and announced the discovery in 1908. And this discovery could be regarded as one of the last natural existing elements which was isolated by using classical chemical analysis operations such as precipitation, solution, evaporation, or extraction, just before the era of artificial or radioactive elements after uranium, to be discussed in the next talk. The experiments by Ogawa were difficult to replicate, even by his students, and his discovery was disputed and contested. That is far from being an exception in the history of chemistry. Nipponium was not the last discovery of element, neither the first element whose discovery was surrounded by mystery, controversy, or problems of reputation. Many discoveries of elements in the 19th century, and even until now, were disputed and controversial, and surrounded by periodic claims. Their names were changed and debated, and the IUPAC committees deal with these periodic claims. In fact, it seems more the rule than the exception until now, almost all the discoveries of elements has been disputed and controversial. And this priority dispute, debates and controversies also serve to reinforce my point. Periodic system was the result of a collective work made by chemists from different countries, both well-known celebrities such as Mendeleev, but also unknown men and women who were involved in the research of new elements as well as in the arrangement of elements, the prediction of new ones, and the study of their properties and key theoretical concepts. I have shown that the elements were arranged in different ways in the late 18th century and early 19th century, long before the periodic table by Dmitri Mendeleev in mid-19th century, and chemical classification continued unchanged and expanded in the second half of the 19th century, being employed for predicting new elements and correcting atomic weights long after Mendeleev all over the 20th century until now, when the new elements 119 and 120 will be most probably confirmed during the next months, maybe in Japan. I look forward to seeing these new discoveries of the periodic table in the 21st century. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the Ramon for the beautiful video presentation. So our next speaker is Dr. Renaud Win. He is the director of Curie Museum in Paris. I believe he is the most appropriate speaker for this topic, discovery of radioactive elements. So please welcome Dr. Win.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, minasan konnichiwa. I'm director of the Curie Museum in Paris, located in the Radium Institute where Madame Curie spent the last 20 years of her scientific career. And I would like to remember those discoveries of radioactive elements at the end of the 19th century. First, I want to remember that uranium was already known. It was discovered the year of the French Revolution, 1789. And this is Henri Becquerel, a French physicist, who discovered that uranium could emit some very penetrating rays. He gave the name of uranic rays that could print this photographic plate, as you see here. So it was a new kind of rays, but this scientific publication made by Henri Becquerel in March 1896 was not very important for the scientific community, except for Pierre and Marie Curie. This is the periodic table around at the end of the 19th century. It was just to show that they already knew uranium and thorium. And very quickly, Madame Curie was involved in research to go on the works of Henri Becquerel and to study uranic rays, to check if other elements could emit this kind of rays. And they used, with Pierre Curie, a new kind of instrument to measure ionization created by those radioactive elements. And they could measure very precisely this ionization current. Madame Curie started her thesis at the end of 1897, and very quickly in April, it was a note presented at the French Academy of Sciences. She said that she was studying pitchblende and chalcolite, and they were more radioactive considered to their content of uranium, and they thought it was uranium that was responsible of those rays. Very quickly, in July 1898, Pierre and Marie Curie together, because Pierre Curie joined Marie Curie when she made this hypothesis, that is, there was something new in this uranium ore, and together they found a new element by measuring rays emitted from uranium ores, and they gave the name of polonium for the first element they discovered together. Of course, it's a homage of the country where Maria Skłodowska was born before being Marie Curie. And in December the same year, in 1898, they announced the discovery of the radium element. The proof was given very quickly about radium, that it could exist, thanks to de Marsay. Pierre and Marie Curie had to concentrate the radioactive substance by fractional crystallization of barium chloride. And then de Marsay found in the spectrum of barium chloride several lines which could not be assigned to any known element. So it was the proof of the existence of radium. But for polonium it was more difficult. So the method they used was based on, of course, chemical separation, but also on physics measurement. And it was a new field of science, the science of radioactivity, which was between physics and chemistry. So Pierre Curie he discovered piezoelectricity, and he built the instrument on the right of the slide. And it was this instrument that was used to measure very low ionization current created by those new radioactive elements. So this schema comes from the thesis of Maria Skłodowska-Curie about the radioactive substances. And here it is in a publication of Marie Curie in 1914. It was just to show that radon was not already named radon. At first it was radium emanation. And as you can observe also, close to polonium there is 210 and interrogation point, because it was very difficult to separate and purify polonium. It was not possible. So it was a hypothesis based on physics experiment to determine this atomic weight. But we have also to remember other scientists working in Marie Curie's laboratory. I'm thinking about André de Bierne. André de Bierne discovered actinium in 1899, so only 1 year after the discovery of polonium and radium, and he used the same method. 20 years later, Marguerite Perret entered the laboratory of Madame Curie as a technician. And 10 years later, during her work, she discovered a new kind of element. In fact, actinium transformed into thorium. It's 99% of transformation, but 1% of this transformation is what Marguerite Perret called actinium K, which is francium, that she discovered in 1939. But Brigitte, you have to read the book of Brigitte to know more about it. But Marguerite Perret, as I said, was a technician. She discovered a new chemical element 10 years after entering this laboratory, and it was the first woman in France entering the Academy of Science as a great scientist. So here, this is the periodic table showing the discovery, the new elements in this, radium, polonium, francium, actinium. But as you know, there were a lot of other elements discovered after 1939, like neptunium in 1940, plutonium in 1941, americium, curium. Of course, curium is a homage also to Madame Curie. Pierre and Marie Curie received, and they shared a physics Nobel Prize for the discovery of this phenomenon of radioactivity with Henri Becquerel. The name of Henri Becquerel is written in little here on the right of the diploma. And Marie Curie alone, because Pierre Curie was killed because of a car accident, received a chemistry Nobel Prize for her work to separate and purify radium and polonium. This is written in Swedish, but you can read radium and polonium on the right side of the picture. And after that, Irene and Frédéric Joliot-Curie received also a chemistry Nobel Prize because they proved that they could produce artificially new radioactive element. And I took a quotation of the end of the Nobel Conference of Madame Curie to describe that she was calling this new kind of research chemistry of imponderable. Well, thank you very much. Arigato gozaimashita. I just want to thank Mr. Tamao, and I brought here the Nobel Conference of Madame Curie from 1911. I just wanted to give one exemplary. And to thank you for your... Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wynn, for the tell us about the story around the Curie laboratory mainly. Thank you very much. So let's thank two speakers in this session, and then we go on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Maeno. Next, we have the creation of super heavy elements session. In this session, we will learn how the chemical elements in the 7th row of the periodic table have been discovered. Please welcome Dr. Hideto Enyo, Director of the Riken Nishina Center for Accelerator-Based Science, who will chair this session. お願いいたします。
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start the special session. But to begin with, I'd like to introduce Ms. Honoka Motai. She's a student from Tokyo Gakugei University High School. And then she's a freak of periodic table. And she was inspired by Nihonium, and she composed the music Piano Fantasy Nihonium. So she's going to play that. So please come. Thank you. Thank you, Honoka. Come to the center of the stage. Next to Morita-san, please. Okay, please approve her. Now the stage is filled by the experimenters, discoverer of the real super heavy element. Among them, I'd like to introduce Dr. Viktor Matviev, Director of Joint Institute for Nuclear Research, Russian Federation. Please, Viktor, come.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. The Joint Institute for Nuclear Research is an international intergovernmental research organization founded in 1956. This institute has at present 18 member states and 6 associated states. It consists of 7 big laboratories and a scientific educational center with a diverse research program, which you may see on the screen. Special place in the program is given to synthesis and study of super-heavy elements, which are carried out for many years in Flerov Laboratory of Nuclear Reactions, founded in 1957. The launch of cyclotron U-300, hard work under guidance of Flerov, led to the discovery of elements nobelium, rutherfordium, lawrencium, and then in 1965, dubnium, by the name of Dubna, beautiful scientific town near Moscow on the banks of the great Russian river Volga. The launch in the 1979 of new cyclotron U-400 and the idea of cold fusion by Yuri Oganessian led to the new discoveries. Borium and then flerovium and livermorium. These discoveries has indicated that island of stability of super heavy elements does exist, as Yuri Oganessian always believed in. And the new discovered element, the most heavier one, was named Oganesson in his honor, as was suggested by our American colleagues. Then were discovered elements Tennessine and Moscovium, who have completed the seventh row of Mendeleev table. So in conclusion, we must say that GINR made a great contribution to the discovery of new elements. In total, 10 elements were added to Mendeleev table. This year we have completed construction and commissioning of the factory of super heavy elements, and we are looking forward for synthesis of elements 119 and 120, which could expand the frame and the borders of Mendeleev table. Of course, the problem of synthesis of more heavy elements are amongst the important problem also for RIKEN, for Oak Ridge, for GSI, for Ganil, and we are in Institute for Nuclear Research are ready for close collaboration with all of them and wish future success for all of us. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Viktor. Okay, next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Karl-Heinz Langanke. He's the scientific director of Helmholtz GSI Institute. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Enyu. GSI, the Helmholtz Center for Heavy Ion Research in Germany, is very honored to be invited as a participant of this closing ceremony of the International Year of the Periodic Table. GSI is the National Center for Basic and Fundamental and Applied Research with ions using accelerators in Germany. In fact, next week, on December 17, GSI turns 50 years, so we are only 100 years younger than the Mendeleev periodic table. Our contribution to the periodic table has been the discoveries of the elements 107 to 112, and you can see this in the back. So this is borium, this is hassium, named after the federal state, Hessen, in which GSI is located, meitnerium, darmstadtium, in honor of our host city, röntgenium and copernicium. The research which we have performed was on a global scale. It was in a friendly competition, very often in very fruitful collaborations with other leading laboratories in the world, to mention Flerov Laboratory in Dubna, the Nishina Center in Riken, but also the national laboratories in Oak Ridge, in Berkeley, and Livermore. You see, science is international, and this is a wonderful example for the fact that it should be science first. We all know that this is not always the case now in international politics, but it should be again in the future, and we should look forward to the leadership of science. And GSI is ready, and together with the International Facility Fair, which we are constructing currently, we invite everyone to go and expand our knowledge about the periodic table by searching for new elements, for embarking, finding the path to the famous island of stability, and to learn more about the chemical and physical properties of the elements to understand our universe. I congratulate you for this wonderful event.
Thank you very much, Karl-Heinz. So next I introduce Roderick Clark from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Please.
It is an honor to be representing Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory at the closing ceremonies of the International Year of the Periodic Table. My lab director, Mike Witherall, sends his greetings. He also told me that he has a favorite element, which is xenon, because of its use in dark matter experiments. A century ago, the periodic table was very different from the one we know today. It had empty spots for elements that had yet to be found and ended at uranium, element 92. But scientists were thinking about artificially creating heavier elements. This act of daring to dream of creating elements rather than searching for those that pre-existed in the world around us was the first step in a great intellectual adventure which continues to this day. Starting in the 1930s, Berkeley scientists began building the big cyclotrons needed to create those elements. Ernest Orlando Lawrence recruited the best and the brightest, the likes of Ed McMillan, Glenn Seaborg, Emilio Segre, all of whom would go on to be Nobel laureates and all of whom were co-discoverers of new elements. The first element that Berkeley played a role in discovering was element 43. In 1937, Segre, then a professor in Italy, asked Lawrence for a piece of molybdenum, element 42, that had been exposed to beams in the Berkeley cyclotrons. Segre performed the necessary chemical separations and isolated the first artificially created element, technetium. Over the next several decades, Berkeley lab scientists were credited with discovering 16 elements, including every element from neptunium, number 93, to seaborgium, number 106. It was a golden age of discovery. Berkeley lab scientists are also credited with finding over 630 new isotopes. Initially, people had very little idea about the applications these isotopes would find in medicine, national security, energy, or the myriad scientific advances that have followed. One certainty is that the discovery of a new element captures the public's imagination. And LBNL scientists will continue to be part of this great adventure. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. Okay, next I'd like to introduce Marcus Toyer from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Please, Mark.
Thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to address you on behalf of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory Director, Dr. Bill Goldstein, the Livermore Mayor, Mr. John Marchand, and the scientists of the Heavy Element Group at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. It is humbling and an honor to be a part of Mendeleev's table and this closing ceremony, recognizing the seminal importance of the chemist's most fundamental tool, the periodic table. It is a joy to participate in the ceremony closing the 2019 year-long celebration of the periodic table. Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory has had a strong heavy element research group since the laboratory was founded in 1952. The group has explored the chemistry and physics of the heaviest elements since this time, totaling more than 50 scientists and numerous scientific papers. I've chosen to display the many pictures of the group and collaborators at work and play behind me so you can have a sense of the team involved in this super heavy element research. Dr. Ken Hewlett and academician Georgy Flerov had the tremendous foresight to form a collaboration in 1989 between Livermore and Dubna. At a time when our countries and world politics were engaged in the Cold War, to study the heavy and super heavy elements. This fruitful collaboration yielded many discoveries, one of which is the element I'm representing today, livermorium. The images behind me include some of the purification of the special target materials used in this research. We realized very early in our work that we could not discover enough elements to honor every Livermore scientist involved in this work with their own named element. Thus, we chose the name livermorium for element 116 with the concurrence of our Russian colleagues to recognize all of those scientists, our laboratory in the city of Livermore. I would like to thank Yuri Oganessian for the 30 years of collaborative work and personally for the 21 years of friendship. I look forward to many more years of collaboration and friendship. It truly is international, and it's been quite a journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Nice. Next, I'd like to invite Krzysztof Likachevsky from Oak Ridge National Laboratory, please.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor to be a part of this celebration and to represent the element 117 Tennessee and Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Element 117 Tennessee is the newest addition to the periodic table. And it's a fantastic example how progress in science critically depends on international collaboration. The target material, 249 berkelium, has been made at Oak Ridge National Laboratory at its high flux isotope reactor, and it was purified at the adjacent Radiochemical Engineering Development Center. It took 18 months and the work of over 100 scientists and engineers to get 22 milligrams of 249 berkelium. This material, after earning some frequent flyer miles, finally reached Dubna, Russia, and was irradiated with very strong beam of 48 calcium. 6 atoms of 117 were discovered during 5 months of irradiations. Right now we know over 20 atoms. Again, they were discovered in the joint international experiments, the follow-up experiments at Dubna and experiment at Darmstadt, Germany. Right now we are on our quest for element 119 and 120. These experiments are being prepared and even running, again in the international collaborations at RICAN, at VACO, element 119, and we are preparing experiment at Dubna to search for element 120. And again, the materials from Oak Ridge National Laboratory, curium and californium, will be used together with digital electronics, which will help to identify these very short-lived activities. And I would like to thank the DG Office of Science for the support of Oak Ridge National Laboratory and repeat once more that discovery of Tennessee is a powerful example like when international collaboration is advancing the science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christoph. Okay, now I'd like to introduce Kosuke Morita, Director of RICAN Super Heavy Element Laboratory, and also Professor of Kyushu University. Okay, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleague, and friends, and distinguished competitors. It's my great honor to be here, and I deeply thank the organizers who decided to hold the opening and closing ceremony of IYPT in Japan. And we believe that they recognize a little bit a small contribution of Japanese scientists who contribute their completing their seventh period of the periodic table by creating the 113th element now named Nihonium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Morita-san. Now I'd like to introduce Yuri Oganessian. He's Oganesson himself. I think he is representing all of the discoverers. Please, Yuri.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we end our presidential year of the periodic table by completing its seventh period. This has achieved by the great creative work of many scientists over many years. I congratulate you and all colleagues on the excellent results. We have learned that it is not the limit, nevertheless. We have learned that even more chemical elements may exist in periodic table. Our world is richer than we used it to consider. The younger generation of scientists, your trained and successful, will enter this world. Everything will go if it has been with many years ago. This is unpredictable, but always very exciting. A happy day in Tokyo will remain in the memory. In all those present here, both veterans and young scientists, as a great celebration of science that was arranged for us by IUPAC and IUPAP, as well as by our Japanese organizers in this magnificent ceremony. Thank you very much.
Shake your hand. Okay, let's make a line. Raise your board. Okay, good. So please applause. Applause, please. Okay, thank you very much.
Now we'll have a short break. We will start again at 4:20 p.m. 4:20 p.m. So please be back by then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we have the students of the next generation to come on stage for this periodic table for the next generation session. Please welcome Professor Mihoko Nojiri from the High Energy Accelerator Research Organization, KEK, who will introduce you the essay competition entitled Our Chemical Elements Essay Contest, held in Japan, and celebrate the 4 teams that won the prizes. Professor Nojiri has served as chairman of the selection committee of this best essay competition.
So it is our great pleasure to introduce the winner of the essay contest in Japan here. Let me first explain the aim of this award. So as we all know, young generation is essential for science. The idea of periodic table, for example, appeared 150 years ago. And at that time, we do not know any physical picture behind. So it's just there, and we don't know why and how the all elements behave aligned like that way. And to reveal the mystery of our mystery of nature. Our life is simply too short. So when we understand the elements in the way we know, this is achieved by the people generation by generation. So we reach the deeper understanding of the nature. So we hope that this tradition will continue and even strengthen in future. So therefore, in this occasion, to celebrate the IYPT 2019, we decided to have an essay contest for junior and high school students. The applicants are asked to make a team to write an essay for an element of their choice. First application is closed in March, and we awarded 2 best essay prize to 2 teams. The second application was closed in September, and we again selected 2 best essays. So those authors are now here in front of you. So it is challenging to write long essays. So on behalf of the selection committee, we thank to all teams who applied to the essay contest, who unfortunately we are not able to invite all of them. So they are representing all people applied. And we also thanks to their supervisors, some of them are in this room, on the encouragement and the support to the students. So we enjoyed reading the essays. Those essays remind us many important things we know, but we sometimes forget. First of all, each element has its story. So some of those have been with us from beginning to our history, while some of those are tightly connected to the crisis of our society. So we also felt that it is not just reading and studying the textbook. It is important for the student to conduct own experiments to experience the nature of the mystery and the interesting aspects of the nature. So now it is the time to pay more attention to the students, most important people in this ceremony. So I want to switch to the next person.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Narjiri. Now we'd like to introduce the 4 winning teams. The first team is Team Shiso, Kaisei Academy. Please come to the center of the stage. They are represented by Mr. Yuichi Otsubo. ステージの上へお願いいたします。They chose uranium as the chemical element. Professor Kohei Tamao will present the certificate. Tamao 先生、お願いいたします。
On behalf of the Executive Committee of IYPT 2019 Japan, I present to you the Best Essay Award. Okay. Team name is Shiho, Katsutaka Suzuki, Tomohiro Futakuchi, Hiyu Suga, Takumi Issa, Yuichi Otsubo at Kaisei Academy. The essay title is Future with Uranium, What We Can Do. Okay, congratulations. Very, very nice essay.
Please give a big smile to the official photographer. Smile, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
On behalf of our team, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the judges and all the staff members of the International Year of the Periodic Table of Chemical Elements for allowing us to be part of this extraordinary event. We are very honored to have received such an incredible award. Standing on this stage was something we dreamed of when writing the essay, but at the same time, it was something we could never actually imagine. Through the research and debates as to the elements of our choice, uranium, we fully realized that science can be effective in the right hands, but dangerous in the wrong hands. We are harnessing nuclear reactions to make our lives easier. However, we all have to keep in mind that our actions have consequences. I want to highlight that importance, especially to the Japanese people who have witnessed the atomic bombings and Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster. Although we have tried to condense our messages in the 5,000-word essay, we cannot still imagine a world without fear of the uncontrollable power, especially nuclear weapons. There are financial, environmental, and political problems. That is why it is so difficult to remove nuclear from the world. What's important to accomplish this is an individual effort. We all have to come together and take drastic measures as citizens of the world. Thank you for listening, and we hope we can achieve this goal together.
Thank you very much for the powerful speech. Congratulations to everyone from Kaisei Academy. Next is Team Project I, Fukuoka Prefectural Fukuoka Technical High School. Please come to the center of the stage. They are represented by Mr. Naoki Harada. They chose mercury as the chemical element.
Okay. On behalf of the Executive Committee of IYPT2019 Japan, I will present Best Essay Award to you. Project 1 team. Naoki Harada, Naoya Tokieda, Yuya Yamashita at Fukuoka Prefectural Fukuoka Technical High School. The essay title is about the attractiveness and risk of mercury. So, congratulations. Very nice.
Smile.
Good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. We learned that we could participate in this memorable event called IYPT 2019 by writing an essay. As high school students, our group wanted to convey the wonders of the elements and wrote an essay about mercury. In Japan, this element is known as a contaminant. However, when we focus on the nature and history of mercury, we made very interesting discoveries about it. For example, many people in the past believed that mercury was a medicine that gave immortality, but this has been found to be false. Since then, there have been various techniques using its liquid properties, such as amalgam. Thinking about the usefulness of mercury and its contamination, we found that chemistry is sometimes beyond our common sense, whether it is good or bad. Thanks to this contest, we acquired new knowledge and ideas. For me, the periodic table stirs my imagination about chemistry. I will enjoy the wonders of the elements in chemistry and try to deepen my understanding of the periodic table. I hope that such opportunities as this contest will continue, and I hope that more and more children will become interested in chemistry. Thank you very much for giving us such a great award.
Congratulations to everyone from Fukuoka Prefectural Fukuoka Technical High School. Next is Team Ruby, Tokyo Gakugei University International Secondary School. Please come to the center of the stage. They are represented by Mr. Ichita Matsunaga. They chose molybdenum as the chemical element.
Okay, on behalf of the Executive Committee of IYPT 2019 Japan, I'll present Best Essay Award to Team Ruby, Taichi Tsuji, Ichita Matsunaga, Shoki Matsushima, Tokyo Gakugei University International Secondary School. The essay title is Ruby and Molybdenum. Congratulations.
Team Ruby 写真ぜひご参加ください。
We are very honored to be here. Thank you so much for choosing us to receive this honorable award. We are very proud of ourselves. In our school, the three of us are doing a research on making synthetic ruby from aluminum cans. That is when we encountered molybdenum, which had led us to write this essay and be up here today. The existence of molybdenum enabled us to make a breakthrough in making rubies. It was something essential in realizing the steps we needed to take in making rubies. That is not all. The more we researched about molybdenum, the more we realized that molybdenum was used for many things in our daily life. Molybdenum, in fact, has become one of the essential elements in our lives now. Lastly, we would like to show our greatest appreciation to the SSH research staff teachers in our school who have supported our research. We would especially want to thank our mentor, Mrs. Samejima, who unfortunately was unable to make it here today. She had supported us over 2.5 years ever since we first began this research. We couldn't have made it here without her. Again, we are grateful to be a part of the member to celebrate the International Year of the Periodic Table of Elements. We will try even harder from here on and further our research. Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone from Tokyo Gakugei University International Secondary School. Next is Yamagata University Junior High School, 2nd grade. Yamagata University Junior High School. They are represented by Ms. Emi Nagasawa Patti. They chose sulfur as the chemical element.
On behalf of the Executive Committee of IYPT 2019 Japan, I present the Best Essay Award to you. Yamagata University Junior High School, 2nd grade. Emi Nagasawa Patti, Yamane Yasui, Yu Otsuki at Yamagata University Junior High School. The essay title is The Combination of Science and Sulfur. Okay, congratulations.
Smile.
Hello everyone. My name is Amy. On behalf of my friends, I'd like to have a speech. We are students from Yamagata University Junior High School. First of all, we would like to say thank you for this prize and inviting us to such a great ceremony today. We really appreciate the chance to be here to celebrate the 115th anniversary to the periodic table of chemical elements. Our hometown of Yamagata is located in the northern part of Japan, and it is famous for its amazing nature and snow monsters. It started snowing in Yamagata last week, and the snow monsters are now glowing. We chose sulfur for our essay because we were so surprised and moved by the combination of iron and sulfur experiment at school. Also, we were surprised by the sulfur hot springs in our hometown. While we were writing the essay, we learned and discussed a lot about the power of the chemical element. We sometimes forgot the time during our discussions because it was so interesting. Through this experience, we were able to focus on one of the things that were happening around us. Then many questions came up, and it led to an opportunity to investigate and create a study. When the question of our study was solved, we were so satisfied that we cannot express it in words. The United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, recently announced that global greenhouse gas emissions reached the highest levels on record in 2018. The development of science has led to the development of civilization. On the other hand, the development of science has caused disastrous events, such as the dropping of atomic bombs and pollution. We know that there are good and bad sides on the power of the chemical element. Using it in a good way, we junior high school students also should learn what we can do with the power of the chemical elements. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspirational speech. Congratulations to everyone from Yamagata University Junior High School. Thank you, Professor Tamao. Now we have introduced all 4 winning schools. Please give them a big hand once again. Now we are also going to award one of these 4 schools the Minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology Prize. Because the qualities of these 4 essays were very high, the selection committee had a very, very difficult time choosing one. But in the end, finally, they decided to give this prestigious award to one team. The winner is Team Ruby. Congratulations to everyone from Tokyo Gakuge University International Secondary School. Please come to the center of the stage. They are represented by Mr. Ichita Matsunaga. This award will be presented by Mr. Shin Okuno, Director, Human Resources Policy Division of MEXT. Mr. Shin Okuno, please come to the front of the stage.
東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校チーム人工宝石の製造辻大輝殿、松永一太殿、松島正輝殿、あなた方の作品ルビーとモリブデンは公益財団法人日本科学会国際周期表年実行委員会主催私たちの元素エッセイコンテストにおいて優秀であると認められました。ここにこれを称します。令和元年12月5日文部科学大臣萩生田光一。コングラチュレーションです。
Thank 皆様大きな笑顔で Please show a big smile. Congratulations to everyone from Tokyo Gakugei University International Secondary School, and thank you, Mr. Okuno. Congratulations once again to all the winners. Congratulations. Congratulations once again. Looking at these young talents, we recognize that we have a bright future. So please share your information and knowledge when you have time during the breaks. Thank you so much. We will listen to speeches from the 4 distinguished researchers. The messages will be for the younger generation, and these beautiful children will respond. Please welcome Professor Hiroyoshi Sakurai, professor at the University of Tokyo and Riken Nishina Center for Accelerator-Based Science, who will chair this session. よろしくお願いいたします。
Okay, thank you very much for introductions. So, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, welcome to this session. This session is periodic table for next generation, part 2. Okay, so this session is organized to make a bridge over generations. Okay, and please look at the stage. So there are 2 groups. Yes, and one group is senior group. Relatively senior, not old, and that group is formed by a distinguished scientist in the world. And the other group, that is a young generation group, very young, absolutely young group, and formed by distinguished children, representative of children in the world. Okay, and so far, they are well separated. So that is called a generation gap. Okay? And I have one request to make a bridge. Okay? So my request is very simple. Very, very simple. So my request is, please imagine, you are member of big family of periodic table, chemist and sciences, okay? Then please make a bridge in your mind, okay? Okay, so now there are new messages from both sides are being exchanged, okay? So let me first introduce the first speaker. Yes, please come up. Professor Alexander Sergeyev. And he's a president of Russian Academy of Science. Let's listen to the father's message. Okay, so Professor, could you give us a message? So you have. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, dear participants of this great event. Dear young scientists, dear students, dear boys and girls. First of all, I have to confess that we are quite surprised that we have to give a message to so broad audience, starting from seniors or super seniors to very young. But nevertheless, our idea is that not to invent something new, but to look what our great senior scientist Dmitri Mendeleev taught to young generation. And my talk will be about what lessons from Mendeleev can be used for today's students young researchers and probably also to girls and boys. I have only 5 minutes, that's why I will speak about only 5 lessons from Mendeleev. Of course, there were much more, but the most important are the following one. Great scientists can grow up in every family. The second one is great science is done within international community. The third lesson is that great science is done in multidisciplinary research fields. The fourth one is great science is based on the skill to assemble puzzles. And the final one is great science does not require to be awarded with a Nobel Prize. To start with, I would like to mention that Mendeleev was born in a quite small city in the Russian Siberia, and he was 17th child in the family of Russian province intelligentsia. Second point is that he graduated not from a famous university in Moscow, St. Petersburg in Europe. It was just St. Petersburg Pedagogical Institute. But the third point is, however, from the very early career time, he entered into atmosphere of international research in Europe, in Heidelberg University. So there are those 3 pictures to demonstrate his career in Tobolsk, in St. Petersburg, and in Heidelberg. The second lesson is that the great science is done and should be done internationally. And I would like to mention that there was a very famous first Congress of Chemists in Karlsruhe in Germany in 1860. And it was actually the first international Congress that sparked young scientists, including both Mendeleev and Mayer, who we treat their rivals for discovery of the periodic table, to compose this table. Actually, this is the city of Karlsruhe now, and it was very important that about 130 scientists from 11 European countries and also from America, from Mexico, they came together, and there are very nice words actually said by Karl Welzin, who was the Karlsruhe host of this event. Look here, for the first time, the representative of single event discipline have met, and it is the youngest scientist. The youngest science, it was 1860. Probably we can count it as the year for the modern chemistry. We are gathered for specific purpose of attempting to prepare the way for unity on points of significance for our beautiful science. Again, the youngest and the beautiful science. Such a nice words. And those 2 young scientists, Dmitri Mendeleev and Lothar Mayer, sparked by this event, they invented or suggested the periodical table in the manner we now accustomed to have it. The third lesson is about the great science is done in the multidisciplinary research fields. And Mendeleev itself was really a polyscientist. And this is just a few fields he contributed to. It is agriculture, chemical fertilizers. He introduced the metric system in Russia. He discovered smokeless powder. He studied Arctics. He promoted our Russian petroleum industry. And also he was fond of aeronautics. This is the nice experiment when in the year 1887 he actually executed a flight in the balloon to discover ether He did not succeed, of course, but it was very courageous and very bold man. And it is demonstration of his multidisciplinarity. Lesson 4 is that science, great science, is based on the skill to assemble puzzles. We know that Mendeleev played cards with symbols of chemical elements to assemble the periodical table. And right connection between elements often plays a major role in creating new molecules, new machines, new metals, new materials. Analysis and synthesis, there are two main methods for scientific cognition. And this is really that this synthesis marks the chemistry to be actually the youngest and the most beautiful science according to Karlsruhe Congress. Many Nobel Prizes were awarded to chemists, but never to Mendeleev. He was nominated in 1905, 1906, 1907, but not awarded. Please, young generation, don't be upset if you will not award it to. At least in this, you will be similar to Mendeleev. And the other merits will come if you learn the above 4 lessons. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for giving the 5 lessons to the next generation. Thank you very much. So let me introduce the second speaker. Second message is given by Professor Martin Polyakov, University of Nottingham, UK. And unfortunately, he couldn't join this ceremony, but he's so kind to give us a video message. So let's listen his message, and please start at the videos.
Honored guests, friends, colleagues, I just wanted to congratulate everybody who's been involved in the International Year of the Periodic Table. It has been a huge success beyond certainly my dreams, and I think beyond the dreams of most people who've been involved in the year's celebrations. I'm really sorry that I cannot be with you today at the closing ceremony, but unfortunately I have to teach the next generation of chemists here in Nottingham in England. I also wanted to say how much the International Year has involved everybody. It has caught the imagination of people across the world. School teachers have got their classes doing all sorts of wonderful activities in just the way that I think we all hoped. There have been formal ceremonies in Paris, in Moscow, and many other places, but it is really getting to the young people, to the next generation of chemists and scientists, which is what we hoped we would achieve and what I think we have achieved. I would particularly like to thank my Japanese friend Nagayasu Nawa, who I think has made a huge contribution. Although he's only a school teacher, he's happy, his clocks have featured widely in the celebrations, and I'm really pleased that I have one of his water bottles with a periodic table, which he sent me all the way from Japan. I think he's a wonderful example how enthusiastic school teachers can support an international endeavour. When I lecture to professional chemists, they usually say the reason they became chemists was because they had an inspirational teacher. So Nagayasu is a wonderful example to everybody. I'm also very honoured that your ceremony or your event has featured our upside-down periodic table, which I and my daughter Ellen have studied and promoted. I'm not sure how many people will actually use it, but I do feel that looking at the periodic table in a new way makes one think differently. And finally, I would like to say, although this year has been real triumph, we should not rest on our success, but we must see this as an opportunity to continue promoting chemistry, promoting science across the world in the future. We need to have a legacy so that in 50 years' time, when we get to the 200th anniversary of the periodic table, everybody will look back and say, things really changed with the International Year of the Periodic Table. Look how much better we are in the year 2069 than they were in 2019. So let us all hope that we have a really successful future in promoting chemistry, and enjoy your celebrations today.
Okay, thank you very much. So he is very serious for the education, and he wants to say that education is a key word to make a bridge over the generations. Okay, so let me introduce the third speaker, Makoto Kobayashi, please. He's an honorary professor at High Energy Accelerator Research Organization, KK Japan, and he received the Nobel Prize of Physics in year 2008. And well, he's a very famous physicist in Japan, and he's working to promote that science still. Yes. So please.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. I didn't suppose this setting. But before the message to the younger generation, let me say a few words about the periodic table. Actually, periodic table of the chemical element having giving a great impact on the various fields of the science, and not only on the chemistry. From the biased viewpoint of the physicist, I think that one of the highlights was the beginning of the 20th century. The periodic table played an essential role in the establishment of the quantum mechanics, and the periodicity of the atomic periodicity was finally explained by the quantum mechanics. Then discovery of the neutron and the birth of the nuclear physics opened a new stage of the study of the chemical element. As we have learned in the previous sessions, that the creation of the short-lived element has become possible with the development of the nuclear physics. For Japan, recent discovery of the nihonium is very happy news, and the discovery of the new element has been a long-standing dream for Japan. Since in 1909, Masataka Ogawa was very close to the discovery of the uranium. And in 1940, Yoshio Nishina and his group almost discovered the neptunium. So as the president of the Nishina Memorial Foundation, the news of the nihonium was particularly impressive for me. Development of science revealed the further structure of the matter. beyond the nucleus, our study has reached inside of the elementary particles. Today we know that the proton and neutron are made of the fundamental object called quarks. The spectrum of the elementary particles is a new periodic table. The fundamental object quarks play a role of the proton and neutron in the spectrum of the atomic nucleus. This is something more than a simple resemblance. The study of the composite structure of the elementary particle can be traced back to the work of the Shoichi Sakata. He proposed the so-called Sakata model. Sakata model is a precursor of the current quark model. Anyway, when he was a young student, the neutron was discovered, and he was strongly impressed by the fact that the neutron solved the mystery of the atomic nucleus. So when he proposed his model in 1956, he consciously used this analogy. In view of this development, we realized that the huge system of the scientific knowledge has been built by piling up new findings on top of the previous ones. The scientific knowledge is accumulation of the achievement of the everlasting activity of the scientists. So the future of the science lies in the hand of the young generation. We have just heard about the essay contest where high school students discussed their idea in teams and wrote excellent essays. Listening to their speeches, I was deeply impressed by their strong views and firmly believe that scientists of their generation will open a new era of science. Creativity is driven by the human curiosity on nature and flexible thinking free from the preconception. Young people have a big advantage in this capacity. We have that. We know many of the important scientific discoveries were made when they were young. Creative activity of young people is essential for the progress of the science. We use the law of nature to open the frontier of the human knowledge and enrich our society. And over the last year, we have celebrated this process through the International Year of the Periodic Table. I would like to congratulate you all on this wonderful year and wonderful event. Finally, I hope younger generation are ready for a challenge of opening up the next frontier of the human knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He encouraged very much at the young generations. Thank you very much. So last message from the senior group is given by Dr. Akira Yoshino, Asahi Kasei Corporation. As you know well, he is receiving Nobel Prize of Chemistry this year, and he is on the way to the Stockholm. So he's so busy, but he's very kind, and gave us a video message. So let's listen to his message, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Akira Yoshino. The whole world celebrated the International Year of the Periodic Table of Chemical Elements in 2019. It was a wonderful opportunity for people of different countries and different generations to rediscover the importance of the periodic table. I'm thrilled that closing ceremony is being held in Tokyo, welcoming participants from all over the world. I wish I could attend in person, but I'm on my way to the Nobel Prize award ceremony now. So instead, this is my video message for the younger generation. The periodic table was very important for the development of the lithium-ion battery, which is the reason for this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry. They are called lithium-ion batteries because lithium is the element that catches and releases the electrons. Lithium is very small and light and ionizes easily. That means it's very good at letting electrons go and picking them back up again. Other elements that play important parts are cobalt in the positive electrode. Carbon is the negative electrode, and aluminum is the current collector. When I see the lithium-ion batteries used all around, from small smartphones to big electric vehicles, I feel proud. This was only possible with the combined effort of many researchers working together. Lithium-ion batteries are also used for the large energy storage systems. I expect that they will be an important energy technology for the future. Lithium is a limited resource. It is produced in regions such as South America, but it's not unlimited. We need to use it carefully. Someday, there will be a new kind of battery that's even better than lithium-ion batteries. I hope young people will look at the periodic table and think about what elements to use and take the challenge to make a better battery. I will be very happy to see such a new battery succeed. I wish you good luck. Please enjoy the closing ceremony. I'm leaving for Stockholm now. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you very much. He showed his happy face, and he's one of the happiest chemists in the world. Well, and also he gave very serious homework to the next generation. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so next turn is for the younger colleagues. Let me introduce that first speaker. Yes, Honoka Motai. Yes, please. So she has a typical uniform of chemist. Okay, so her favorite element is bismuth. The reason is that the crystal is very beautiful, and bismuth was used as a target to synthesize the nihonium. And she is showing an interesting periodic table from now on. So Honoka, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Honoka Motai from Tokyo Gakuge University Senior High School. It's a great honor to be with you here today. Do you remember me? Thank you. I played my original music on the piano in the creation of Super Heavy Elements session. The title of the music is Nihonium. This is Nihonium. In the music, I express the mysterious atmosphere of the laboratory, attempting to synthesize the 113th element, the discovery of it, the call to JWP, authorization of the naming right, and a new attempt to synthesize the elements which come after the 118th. Could you get an image of Nihonium through my piano fantasy? Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed my piece of piano music. There is a small box. Could you guess what's in the box? Okay.
Yes.
This is periodic flux of the elements which I made. Surprisingly, it's about 5 meters long. One flag corresponds to one element. Usually, you can enjoy them on a corkboard with pins. When you carry them out, you can put them in a box. And when throw a party, you can decorate the stage with them. Of course, the flags help you with your chemical element studies. The flags will surely change your everyday life. Thank you very much, Professor. I am serious for chemistry because I like elements very much. In the future, I like to study more deeply about elements and enjoy chemistry. And one day, I would like to have a job related to chemistry. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for the nice presentations. Yes. So let me introduce the next speaker. So he will introduce the other type of periodic table. Riku, yes, Riku Kakuhata. Well, he likes periodic table and chemistry very much, very, very much. So could you introduce your periodic table, please?
A pleasant afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Riku Kakuhata from Kaisei Junior High School, and I love elements very much. I was talking about how much I love elements. First of all, could you see this? It looks like a periodic table. Yes, it's indeed the periodic table, but it's not the typical two-dimensional periodic table. It's a three-dimensional periodic table. Don't you believe it? Look, I can rotate some of elements. Well, all of elements can be rotated. I made this periodic table when I was 6 years old. This is a new type of periodic table. That is why this periodic table was successfully registered as a utility model 7 years ago. The Japanese title of the utility model is 立体くるくる元素周期表 in Japanese, and in English, three-dimensional periodic table of rotated elements. Kuru-kuru means rotation, round and round. Please let me emphasize 2 points of periodic table. The first point is that my periodic table is a kind of toy of building blocks. All the blocks can be rotated and the table is easily disassembled and assembled. The second point is that each block has 4 faces and you can enjoy 4 faces of each element. Please look at the block of nihonium in my hand. This face has atomic number and symbol of nihonium. The second one has information on atomic weight and state of matter. The state of nihonium is not known yet. The third one has the element name in both English and Japanese. And the last one has short episode of the element. This periodic table is a toy of building blocks and has a lot of information because of 4 faces of each block. That's why kids can play with the table by touching it, and then naturally they will become familiar with elements and will learn elements. In addition, the letters on the blocks are large enough for senior people not to have eye problems. Therefore, this periodic table can be enjoyed over a wide range of age groups. When I was a baby, my mother knew I loved elements. So, she made a toy of elements card, and I did play with the cards with my mother. Now, I am dreaming the similar situation at every family. Every family has a 3-dimensional table, and kids play with the table with their parents, grandparents, and learning elements. I wish very much this table would contribute to education for elements and encourage many people to like elements and chemistry. I think my current 3-dimensional table has a lot more room for improvement. And in future, I am willing to innovate my current table. My passion and my big interest for elements will help me to increase my knowledge about the elements. I believe we can go anywhere we want to go. And we can do anything if we never stop learning about it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. He is a very serious chemist, I found. So, sorry, let me take a break. So, I need something to drink.
Oh, I have a water.
Ah, this is water. Thank you very much. So, let me drink. But no water, right?
Oh, it's not a liquid water. It's a water molecule model.
Ah, wow. There is many water molecules inside the bottle. Wow. Okay, so that is a water molecule, right?
Yes.
So do you know the opening angle of this?
Oh, yes. That's 104.5.
Is that correct? No? Correct? Wow, I don't know that. Thank you very much. Yes. Well, I'm very busy today. Okay, so let me introduce the last speaker this session. Yes. Yeah, he's Licht Nagamori. Yeah, and he's a happy, smiling scientist. And he did write up 2 books already associated with elements. And one of the book is on the table, you can see, the right-hand side. And also he made his own periodic table that in front of the table, you can see it. And today, wow, he's telling us the nice story of elements. So please.
Hello everyone. My name is Licht Jane Nagamori. I am a 10 years old, true-born Japanese boy in 4th grade of Gyosei International Primary School. I brought a message from the Kingdom of the Elements. The Kingdom of the Elements is the imaginary country that I created by myself when I was 7 years old. Oh, I've got one element that matters to say. I am a Goodwill ambassador for the Kingdom of the Elements. Okay, let me talk about the history of the Kingdom of the Elements. From the ancient times, the Kingdom of Atom was a very merry country. The hydrogen kings were very nice, and every atom was friendly to each other and had very happy life. However, there was only one trouble that everyone was involved. The problem was that the element families were living randomly. By that, everyone forgot where they lived. Everyone just asked the intelligent H-royals nearby. For example, the kids who forgot their homes were flooding into town, searching for the intelligent H-royals, but there were only a few of them. Plus, the mail senders were feeling hard because they had to calculate super long and super difficult calculations and didn't have to know where the mail should go. The hydrogen kings were talking to their friends how to deal with this situation, but they couldn't find an easy solution for every element. To save this beautiful kingdom, Russian chemist Dmitri Ivanovich Mendeleev found an easy solution for every element in 1869. Later, the kingdom's name changed to the Kingdom of the Elements. The chart based on this solution, or the periodicity of the elements, are now so-called the periodic table of the elements. Like this, the Kingdom of the Elements became a more peaceful and more orderly country. The elements thanked Mendeleev and teach Mendeleev as one of the heroes. The H-royal said to me, "Now there are many good periodic tables worldwide. Tell the human beings as a message from here. We really appreciate you for discovering the periodic table or a map and developing it." How was my story of the Kingdom of the Elements?
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you for your reaction.
Thank you. Yes. So. Well, thank you very much, Lichto. Yeah. So you are indeed a very, very happy scientist.
Yes.
Yes. So maybe you have a nice picture for a happy future of a periodic table, right? So please tell us.
When it comes to 200th anniversary of the periodic table, or IYPT2019, I will be 60 years old. I will continue to read the periodic table deeply over a half century. When it is then, how many elements will be discovered? I mean by the number discovered then minus 118. This is a very fascinating question. I strongly believe that science will leap ahead until the IYPT 2069. So probably the eighth period will be completed then. The periodic table is the collective of human wisdom that is free, enriching creativity. I'm going to contribute to the development of science, not only with wonderful scientists I met today here, and also with the scientists that I will meet in future and passion to the science, but also with awe and respect to all the forerunners that shouldered science. Thank you for listening. Bye!
So, dear children, thank you very much for this excellent presentation. As we heard several times this morning and also afternoon, not especially from Professor Oganisyan, that the race for new elements is going on. And it is not just a simple race. It is a relay race. And as you know, just in every relay race, there should be a baton to pass from one sportsman to another one. So that's why we would like to have these batons to pass from senior or very senior generation to young generation. So this is for you, just to you, successes, yes, for developing the Mendeleev table in the future. This is for you. And this is for you. Thank you.
So, please cross. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the passionate performance and presentation. Thank you, Professor Sakurai. That was amazing. Our future is really bright. We're not sure how many of us would witness the young scientists in 60 years finding all the elements, but that would be something. It's amazing how time flies. Now we've come to the closing session. Professor Kawai, please make your way to the stage.
So, dear friends, I'm so delighted and fascinated to know that 50 years from now, most of us are not here, but we have very seriously 3 young chemists being a senior chemist to celebrate the 100 years of anniversary of Dmitri Mendeleev. This will be quite sure. So now we will come to the final closing part of this closing ceremony. And I would like to invite 3 people. The first of all, Professor Chi Fen Zhou, and he is the president of International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. He is academician of Chinese Academy of Science, a professor at Beijing University. He served as the president of Peking University from 2008 to 2013. The reason why I said Peking University is that officially, I went to the website yesterday and that found the official name seems to be Peking University. Is this correct? Maybe he can say something about it. As I mentioned earlier in the beginning of this ceremony, the idea of holding the closing ceremony in Japan was first brought up by the Management Committee to Science Council of Japan in May 2018. The Professor Zhou was the actual person came to Japan in this time and has pushed Chemical Society of Japan in participating to hold the IYPT closing ceremony together with the Science Council of Japan. Because of his effort paid by Professor Zhou, today's ceremony is existing. Professor Zhifan Zhou, please come up on the stage. You want to do the microphone? Yes.
Konnichiwa. Distinguished guests, dear hosts, ladies and gentlemen, and our lovely kids. It's a great honor to represent IUPAC here and to say a few words about this highly anticipated and widely participated celebration of the International Year of Periodic Table of Chemical Elements. I would like to take this opportunity to say a few thanks. Firstly, thank Mendeleev and other scientists who have contributed to the discovery and the further development of the periodic table of chemical elements. As one of the most significant scientific achievements, the periodic table presents the periodicity of properties of known elements and enables scientists to predict the appearance and the properties of unknown matters on the Earth and in the rest of the universe. Some of IUPAC's most important works concern adapting changes in the periodic table content. The data of elements also needs regular and critical evaluation, and the number of elements has been increasing over the years. As the periodic table continues to develop, it will continue to guide scientists on their way of exploring the principles of the nature and creating an unknown new world accordingly. Secondly, thank all the international and local organizations and institutions that have supported the proposal and approval of the International Year of Periodic Table of Chemical Elements. The periodic table is an essential scientific tool, not only profoundly influence the chemistry research and education, but also influence other areas of natural science like physics, biology, medical science, astronomy, etc. IUPAC also collaborates closely with IUPAP and other organizations on works concerning the periodic table. Therefore, the IYPT got wide support from scientific organizations of various disciplines from all over the world. United Nations proclamation of the International Year acknowledges the significant role of the essential science in today's world. Thirdly, I would like to thank all the organizers and participants of various international and local celebrations attributed to IYPT. Special thanks go to the organizing committee of IYPT led by Professor Jan Rydzik and Professor Natalia Tarasova. Information of the major celebrations can be seen on the official website. We can see enthusiastic participants from every continent, covering academia, the industry, students at all levels, and the general public. Enthusiasm showed by the young generation is notable. I hope in the future, legacy of this year's celebrations will continue to inspire more excellent young people to join the study and the research of essential science for the betterment of mankind. Finally, thank the Japanese organizing committee of the IYPT Closing Ceremony for all the hard works. It's extraordinarily significant to have this high-profile ceremony in Japan, an Asian country where nihonium, one of the latest new elements, have been discovered. This closing ceremony has been a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhou. Joint party that confirms the invention of new elements is consisting of both IUPAC and IUPAP. Chemistry and physics are important components to strengthen the science activity in the world. I would now invite Professor Bruce McKellar, the past president of International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, to present the new action celebrating 100th year anniversary of International Union of Pure and Applied Physics. May I ask Professor McKellar to come up?
Thank you all. Thank you, colleagues, for all of your work during the International Year of the Periodic Table to educate all of us, scientists and the general public, about the important role that the elements and the interactions between them play in improving our understanding of the natural and man-made world around us, and how that will improve our lives and our world into the future. All of the elements are made in nuclear reactions. For the elements that were discovered by the 1930s, these reactions mostly occurred in stars and galaxies billions of years ago. Those that were discovered since about 1940, staging the nuclear reactions as part of the discovery process. It is therefore natural that the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics was quick to write to UNESCO in support of this international year. And in part of the letter we said, because of the central role that the periodic table of the elements plays in physics, and because of the possibilities that would open up for increasing the understanding of the public in this critical part of physics, the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics is pleased to support the application sponsored by the IUPAC that 2019 be designated as the International Year of the Periodic Table. Therefore, it's no surprise that cooperation of physicists and chemists in the celebrations has been important in many countries. Two examples which I give on the slide are in Japan and in Sweden. A special issue on the periodic table was brought out in Nuclear Physics News, and that has articles from both physicists and chemists about super heavy elements, about the new ones, and thinking about properties of them. Those of us who met at the opening ceremony in Paris early this year were delighted to see Jim Al-Khalili, a nuclear physicist, science communicator, celebrated TV star, helping to enthuse young French schoolchildren of the joys of science and chemistry. In the middle of this year, he played a major part in the physics celebration of the IYPT, giving a very popular and successful public lecture, Nuclear Physics and the Making of the Modern Periodic Table, at the International Nuclear Physics Conference in Glasgow. Science is a cooperative process and a competitive process. Progress often needs cooperation, almost always needs cooperation. The personal, industrial and social rewards are competed for. I believe that the cooperation of scientists around the world, and in particular the cooperation of physicists and chemists, has been enhanced by this International Year of the Periodic Table, and I'm confident it will continue. As this International Year on the Periodic Table was being organised, Michel Spiro, then the President-designate of IUPAC, and now its President, put forward the concept of declaring 2022 the International Year of Basic Sciences for Development, and that initial proposal was supported by IUPAC. Our modern way of life depends heavily on progress in the basic sciences, but the products of that process have become so commonplace that the role of the basic sciences in them is not recognised at all. So the International Year of Basic Sciences for Development will expand the work done by the IYPT and help the public to realise that future technological developments will in turn depend on those developments in the basic sciences. Mobile phones were talked about earlier. This is my present phone. It's not new, but its predecessor has been recycled. But I hold it up as an example of the ways that developments in basic sciences play a role in the development of devices which are so important to our lives and in fact will play a large part in sustainable development in the future. In this context, it's obvious that developments in the physics and chemistry of silicon-based semiconductors making up its chips have made a big change in producing a phone like this with all of its abilities from the very first mobile phone I had, which was about that size. Material science, physics and chemistry behind the cases, the screens, make it, and its batteries are very important to it. It's less obvious that the fact that we can use Wi-Fi in a room like this. Have you tried to listen to a conversation in a crowded bar with hard walls, with sound coming from all directions? This phone is trying to do that with sound, the Wi-Fi being reflected from all the walls. And it can sort it all out because a technique which was originally developed for seeing weak sources by radio telescopes was adapted to provide Wi-Fi. When we walk around, this will tell us where we are. It can tell us if general relativity were not properly incorporated into its algorithms, it would be a few hundred metres out. And its sensitivity has also been improved by recent developments in atomic clocks. Just last month, the UNESCO General Conference has recommended the IYPT 2022 for proclamation by the United Nations next year. All of the unions who were involved in IYPT have been supportive of the initial steps towards IYPT 2022, and I look forward to your support towards the UN proclamation and the delivery of events in 2022. I thank you all again for this ceremony and for everything that you've done for the International Year of the Periodic Table 2019 in the past year, and I look forward to our future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Makera. Following International Year of Periodic Table 2019, our community of science and technology is to go for International Year of Basic Science for Development, IYPSD, in 2022. To celebrate the coming IYPSD, I would now invite Professor Junichi Watanabe, the Vice President of International Astronomical Union, co-sponsoring the IYPSD with IUPAP, with other organizations. Professor Watanabe is the Vice Director of General Affairs, National Astronomical Observatory of Japan. Please.
Thank you, Kawai-sensei. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the great success of the International Year of the Periodic Table of Chemical Elements. Because I'm an astronomer working in the National Astronomical Observatory of Japan, I was not involved directly in the activity of the IYPT. But during this year, when I give a public lecture, I gave more than 50 times per year for the public lecture on astronomy in general. I always talk on this year is very special because it is a year of the celebration of the periodic table of chemical elements. 偉いでしょ? Please be thankful to me by all means. Anyway, celestial stars, one of the subjects in astronomy, is closely related to the evolution of chemical elements. At the beginning of the universe, no chemical elements were there except hydrogen and a tiny amount of helium. Then the stars in the first generation produced the element until the ion inside of them by nuclear fusion, and the periodic table evolved to that, include 26 elements. Then the explosive phenomena such like supernova explosion or neutrino star mergers produce more than 100 elements in the universe, in this universe. So we can say the evolution of the universe is the evolution of the periodic table. So astronomy is very interesting, same as the chemistry. One bad sarcastic astronomer says that chemistry is a child of astronomy. I don't say that. But anyway, when I show the periodic table in my public lecture, many people become interested in the relation between the chemistry and astronomy. They look very different because astronomy is dealing with the macro scale universe. On the other hand, the chemistry is dealing with very tiny, humble, micro scale things. However, the most important lesson here in this year, for me especially, is that we can show the actual close relation among the various scientific fields, which seem to be very different. This makes things much more interesting. Now it's a time for researchers to break the barrier of the field in order to go forward the next step, not repeating topics in one special field. On the basis of the great success of the IYPT this year, together with the International Year of the Light in 2015, International Year of Chemistry in 2011, International Year of Astronomy in 2009, International Year of Physics in 2005, we will move to the International Year of Basic Science for Development, which will be set in 2022, which introduced by the Professor Bruce. This IYBS4D is set not only for outreach, but also for meeting the 2013 agenda, which is SDGs in the United Nations, the roadmap to global well-being for current future generation. Basic sciences, including astronomy, chemistry, and physics, can help identify mechanisms to correctly use knowledge and carry out technology transfer. At the timing of the 100 years of the Nobel Prize awarded to Niels Bohr for his services in the investigation of the structure of the atoms and of the radiation emanating from them, in 1922, when the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, IUPAP, established in Belgium, it will be formally approved by UN and UNESCO next year, I think, but the preparation already started. The time has come. Let us go forward beyond the success of the IYPT. We researchers in different fields come together and make great one team in 2022 under the flag of IYBS4D. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Watanabe. So International Year of Periodic Table 2019 has played an important role for our enthusiasm to convey the splendor of science to society. This opportunity will continue with the establishment of the International Year of Basic Science for Development in 2022. Let us work together, like Watanabe-san said, and for coming years as well. So this will be the end of the ceremony, but last but not least, I would like to ask you to join me expressing our sincere gratitude to the people who helped us to make today's ceremony to come true. May I ask some of the names, the people to stand up if they are in the audience. They are Miss Mihoshi Abe of University of Tokyo, Miss Kate Harris of University of Tokyo. Maybe they are still walking downstairs. Miss Emiko Sakurada of Chemical Society of Japan. Mr. Akihiko Konishi and Miss Mikako Kuroki of International Academic Publishing Corporation, and Miss Megumi Kobayashi of Japan Science and Technology Agency. Special thanks to Megumi-san for her sincere support to our chairman, Professor Tamao Kohei Sensei. Good, she's over there. And we should not forget the very, very important person who was behind this stage. Kaoru Yamanouchi-san, you have to come up on the stage. So Professor Kaoru Yamanouchi has been planning all these things together with us. Maybe he planned and we gathered. And many of you know that he was in IUPAP for years. Do you want to say something? No? So let us, please join me express our gratitude to all the people who helped me a lot. Thank you very much. And I thank you for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kawai. And thank you so much, all the guest speakers, for the closing speeches. What a day. Happy scientists from all around the world gather today to celebrate. Thank you so much for making this day special. The orchestra Kimika has offered to play to end the closing ceremony of IYPT 2019. Please enjoy the performance as you leave.